soon as,
Maureen sent me this today.
yeah, the thing on the substitutes.
Yeah, did you find out about that?
Well, she sent a copy to me too, so I saw that. And it's a little screwy. I shouldn't be doing that.
No, this is terrible.
Yeah. And why is anybody worried about 49? There we go. Calling this meeting of the Moore County Board of Education into session. Is there a motion pursuant to item 1A on the agenda and pursuant to that we go into closed session?
So moved.
There's a motion to go into closed session. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. We will be back approximately 5:30 for the public session. Once again, calling the board into session. Do I have a motion to secure from closed session and go into public session?
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion to do so. Is there a second? Second. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Well, we're now in open session. Okay, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
So moved by Mr. Holmes. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by the vice chair. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. So at this point, let me call up Finn McCafferty to come and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, an 11th grade student from Union Pines High School.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And why don't you join our vice chair and Mr. Holmes come up and get a little certificate for you. And we can get a nice picture suitable for framing. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McCafferty. And let me now call, now I know I'm going to mispronounce the first name, and so I apologize. Salida Clendenin. She is an 11th grade student at Union Pines High School for a moment of inspiration.
Good evening. My name is Kaylee Clendenin, and I'm an 11th grade student at Union Pines High School. When I was told about a month ago that I would be giving inspirational remarks today, I slightly panicked. I'm clearly a very inspirational person, but I'm sure after many school board meetings, you have heard just about every inspiring poem, quote, or story there is to offer. So today, I want to encourage you to take this from another perspective. Reflect on exactly what inspires you, whether that be your family, your job, your hobbies and talents, or anything that motivates you. Recognize that aspect of your life and be passionate. Be passionate in everything that you do. That passion is why this group of students is being recognized here today. Throughout our time together, we have strived to always connect and be there for every student at our school and in the community because they are who inspire us. We have devoted our time, energy, and effort to them because that is what we are passionate about. It wasn't always easy or written out in black and white. It pushed us to come out of our personal comfort zones at times, but comfort is different than joy. We could live our whole lives struggling to try and control the inevitable and never be fully passionate about anything, or we could allow ourselves to experience true joy first through vulnerability. C.S. Lewis puts it best: to love at all is to be vulnerable. Love anything and your heart will be wrung and possibly broken. If you want to make sure of keeping it intact, you must give it to no one, not even an animal. Wrap it carefully round with hobbies and little luxuries. Avoid all entanglements. Lock it up safe in the casket or coffin of your selfishness. But in that casket, safe, dark, motionless, airless, it will change. It will not be broken. It will become unbreakable, irredeemable. To love is to be vulnerable. So think back to what inspires you. Are you allowing yourself to be vulnerable despite the uncomfortable? Are you giving all that you can to what you're passionate about? Let us use this group of students from all different backgrounds as an example of how giving everything to something that inspires us is the key to joy and achievement. Thank you.
Ms. Clendenin, why don't you come forward and join our board members in the front for a picture. And also, did I see Mr. McCormick back there? Mr. McCormick, thank you so much for just giving us such wonderful students to open our meeting with. Appreciate that. Thank you once again to Principal McCormick as well. Okay, let's go to our moment of silence. Go to Shannon Davis, our Vice Chair.
All right, I think Miss Clendenin perfectly said what it was that we need to be in prayer, silence, and reflection about. So if you'll join me for just a moment, that'd be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now let's go to our recognitions. For that, I want to call upon Mr. Batchelor, our Public Relations Officer, to let us know who we're recognizing today, and I'd like to call these people up to be with our board members for pictures as well.
Thank you, Chair Levy. Dawn Lanier and Holly Rogers, please join Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Holmes at the front. Mrs. Lanier is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Certified Staff Honoree for Cameron Elementary School. A dedicated kindergarten teacher, Ms. Lanier exemplifies a commitment to her students and to lifelong learning. She forges strong, positive relationships with her young learners, fostering an environment where they are encouraged to excel. Mrs. Lanier serves as a role model, consistently inspiring her students to give their best efforts and goes above and beyond to support Cameron Elementary School. We are grateful for her unwavering dedication to excellence and are delighted to celebrate her achievements this month. Mrs. Rogers is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Support Staff Honoree for Cameron Elementary School. Mrs. Rogers fulfills the roles of kindergarten teacher, assistant, and bus route manager at Cameron Elementary School. Her tireless dedication makes her a fervent advocate for all students, consistently going the extra mile to ensure their education, growth, and safe transport to and from school. We are deeply grateful for her presence in our school family and are thrilled to acknowledge her exceptional efforts through this well-deserved recognition. Will members of the Lanier and Rogers family and Principal Cassidy please stand and be recognized? Amber McKinney and Ashley Bayless, please join Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Holmes at the front.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay. Mrs. McKinney is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Certified Staff Honoree for New Century Middle School. In the ever-evolving landscape of media, Mrs. McKinney has consistently exceeded expectations, showcasing an exceptional level of dedication, creativity, and expertise as our media specialist. Her talent for conveying complex information with clarity and compelling precision is truly exceptional. What sets Amber apart, however, is her remarkable adaptability. In an era defined by rapid technological advancements, she embraces change with enthusiasm. Mrs. McKinney has consistently proven herself to be a collaborative team player, seamlessly working with colleagues, providing invaluable guidance, and generously sharing her expertise. Her ability to inspire and empower those around her stands as a testament to her unwavering commitment to New Century Middle School. Mrs. McKinney's contributions have left an indelible mark on our school community. We extend our heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering dedication, innovative spirit, and your unrelenting commitment to the students and staff at New Century. Would family members of Ms. McKinney and Principal Cassidy please stand? Or no, Principal Coe, sorry, we moved on. Please stand and be recognized. Ryan Giggy and Beth Thomas, please join Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Holmes at the front. Mr. Giggy is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Certified Staff Honoree for Union Pines High School. Mr. Giggy became a part of the Vikings family 4 years ago, where he currently teaches AP, U.S. History, and American History. In 2022, he was honored with the title of UPHS Teacher of the Year and received the Best Hair superlative in the 2022-23 yearbook. Whether he's staying late to assist with classwork or arriving early, he consistently prioritizes the needs of his students and players over his own. Mr. Giggy dedicates countless hours to crafting engaging lessons and continually finds creative ways to make learning enjoyable. Last year, he stepped in as a softball coach mid-season due to a vacancy, ensuring his students didn't suffer. Additionally, he revamped the UPHS Student Government Association. As a testament to the enthusiasm he brings as a coach, a group of football parents even donned "Get Giggy with It" t-shirts. His genuine concern for our school's success and the well-being of our students drives him to go the extra mile. Mr. Giggy serves as a true inspiration, epitomizing what it means to be Viking strong. Mrs. Thomas is this month's Engage, Aspire, Succeed Support Staff Honoree for Union Pines High School. Mrs. Thomas, our dedicated guidance secretary and registrar at Union Pines High School, effortlessly juggles multiple roles, always going the extra mile for our students, staff, and community. She serves as the cornerstone of our guidance office, providing support to every student in need of counseling. In her role as a registrar, she is often the first point of contact for new students, offering not only course and club information, but also personal attention and guidance through her acclaimed Student-to-Student Club, which over the summer earned the prestigious title of Elite Team of the Year in Washington, D.C. Mrs. Thomas Viking's spirit is contagious, motivating students to reach their full potential. Her Leo Club tirelessly volunteers in the community, participating in events like Halloween trails and providing Christmas gifts. Additionally, she leads Vikings Helping Vikings, a program that aids our neediest students. Mrs. Thomas embodies the heart of the Union Pines, consistently exceeding expectations to meet the needs of others. Will members of the Gigi and Thomas family and Principal McCormick please stand and be recognized?
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Ms. Bells, is that right? We're going to bring Ms. Bells up. She was just around the corner busy, but she is back, so we will read her recognition now. Ms. Bells is this month's Engage, Aspire, Succeed Support Staff Honoree for New Century Middle School. In the realm of bookkeeping, a domain where precision, accuracy, and integrity reign supreme, Mrs. Bells consistently shines as an exemplar of these essential qualities. She has served as the financial backbone of New Century Middle School, tirelessly ensuring that every transaction, ledger, and balance sheet is meticulously maintained. Her attention to detail is nothing short of outstanding, and her ability to maintain our financial records in impeccable order is truly remarkable. Beyond her expertise, Mrs. Bells embodies the spirit of a true team player. She extends support and guidance to our staff, coaches, and parent organizations, fostering a strong sense of camaraderie among our team members. This award stands as a symbol of our deep appreciation for her unwavering dedication and profound impact on the New Century Middle School community. Would members of the Bagels family and Principal Coe please stand and be recognized? Julian Torres, please join Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Holmes at the front. Julian is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed student honoree. Julian, a senior at Union Pines High School, boasts an exceptional GPA of over 4.7, securing the top position among his 307 fellow seniors. His engagement extends to various clubs at Union Pines, including the LEO, which is Leadership Experience Opportunity Club, Spanish Club, National Honor Society, Financial Literacy Club, and Student to Student. His multifaceted leadership roles include his recent selection to represent Union Pines at the Ruth Pauley Lecture Series held at Sand Hills Community College. Julian's influence transcends school and community participation as he elevates his leadership through active involvement and recognition. This past summer, he attended the Rotarian Youth Leadership Academy and contributed to Lead for Change at Union Pines. His accomplishments include receiving the College Board's National Royal and Small Town Recognition Award, the College Board's National Hispanic Recognition Award, and serving as a member of the Union Pines Principals Advisory Council. Would Principal McCormick stand and please be recognized? Let's hear it for Julian. And Julian, you get to stay up here because we're going to recognize him again. This month we have a couple of additional recognitions. Beth Thomas, Kaylee Clendenin, Isabella Garcia, Allie Huber, Aiden Rumbalski, Finn McCafferty, Taryn Picala, Peyton Smith, Brianna St. Louis, Camille Tipton, and Julian Torres. Please join Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Holmes at the front. And while they sort that out, I will begin reading. Beth Thomas and her remarkable student-to-student team have garnered the prestigious title of the nation's Elite Team of the Year, bestowed upon them by the Military Child Education Coalition during the Global Training Summit in Washington, D.C. Their unwavering dedication and inspirational leadership, embodied by Kaylee, Isabella, Allie, Aiden, Finn, Taryn, Peyton, Brianna, Camille, Julian, and Jacob, have left an indelible mark on their school and our community. Student to Student stands as a cornerstone of our inclusive community, diligently fostering a warm environment for new students and families. Through meticulously planned tours, engaging events, and lively activities, they ensure the transition to our school is a positive and memorable experience for all. While their primary mission is to support military children in adapting to new schools, their welcoming embrace extends to all students, encouraging camaraderie, fun, and friendship. Beth Thomas and her extraordinary team have not only met but exceeded expectations as ambassadors of our school community, showing a commendable commitment to inclusivity and unwavering support. We are truly appreciative of their relentless dedication. Would members of these students' families and Principal McCormick please stand and be recognized?
Congratulations. Congratulations again. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Louise Hardy, Casey Givens, and Kathleen Mullen, please join Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Holmes at the front.
I know they are. Thank you for your leadership.
While they make their way down, I'd like to note Rhonda Bradford from our Transportation Department is also a recipient of this recognition, but was unable to be with us here tonight. Her certificate will be presented on behalf of the Board of Education at a later date.
Yes.
Luis, Casey, Kathleen, and Rhonda have successfully completed the North Carolina Association School Business Officials, also known as NCASBO, Treasurers Academy Certification. This academy is a continuation of the NCASBO Business Management Academy and covers various sessions such as school finance law, internal controls, general accounting concepts, and many other topics crucial to school bookkeeping. The primary focus of the NCASBO Academy is to nurture future leaders in school finance and human resources. Your accomplishments will significantly contribute to Moore County Schools' enhancement of school business procedures. You all are invaluable assets to Moore County Schools, and we congratulate you all on your success. Thank you for your unwavering commitment to exemplary work. Will members of the Hardy, Givens, and Mullins family, and Principal Cassidy, Principal Lockamy, and Principal Wiley please stand and be recognized. This concludes the recognition portion of tonight's meeting. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Batchelor. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you so much for what you're doing. Next we have our program highlight, Career and Technical Education Engineering class at New Century Middle School. That includes a demonstration, I believe.
Good evening. I'm Aubrey Arnotzi. Mrs. Grooms and I teach career and technical education. I am the technology, engineering, and design teacher. Behind me are about 7 of my students. We just completed an automata project. In this project, we learned about a specific inventor and invention, and we built a working, moving scene based on that. The project not only goes through the history and nature of invention, but also allows us to learn something about mechanics and practice our attention to detail and our creativity. So I want to have each of the groups come up here, if y'all don't mind, and give us a brief outline of what they built. Austin, come on up. Or Sonny, come on up.
Hello, I am Sonny. My invention is the Wright Flyer. My inventors are the Wright brothers, Orville and Wilbur. The importance of this invention is it revolutionized air travel and aeronautics. The scene is the Wright Flyer taking flight for the first time, and here's how it works.
Oh.
Pierce and Ivana.
Hi, I am Ivana and Pierce, and we built a automata of a lady whose the inventor was Alexander Graham Bell, and he built the telephone.
Can you hold it up high so they can see?
Yeah.
Go ahead and run it.
All right.
Abigail, Annabelle.
I'm Abby, and this is Annabelle, and our invention is the automobile. It was built by Carl Benz, and it was the first gas-powered automobile.
Addison and Austin.
My name is Addison, and this is my friend Austin. Our invention is the radio invented by Marconi, and it is important because it helped with long-distance communication, and this is our scene.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. One of the things that we do appreciate is that not only do we have great academics, but we have great career and technical education, which is that vocational education that we used to call it, but it is much more than that. So we do appreciate such great work. At this point in time, just in case some people don't want to stay for the business portion of the meeting, we'll take about 1 or 2 minutes so that you can leave if you desire to, but you're always welcome to stay. Thank you so very much.
Come back and get the rest. Grab 2 more for me.
Okay. We'll secure from recess. At this point in time, we have our consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
There's a motion to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. We'll give it to Mr. Benway. Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Now we're going to go ahead to the public address portion. So for that, I'll turn it over to the vice chair.
All right, we do have 4 speakers listed this evening. Just keep in mind, we've got 3 minutes. You'll see your timer here. It's when you start speaking, we'll set it and go through the duration. I'll go ahead and call all 4 speakers if I can. Vic Allen, Anna Gibbons, John Miziak, and Amy Dahl.
Good evening.
Evening.
I'm Vic Allen. I'm the shop teacher, Bible teacher, PE teacher at Calvary Christian School. And I'd like to start out with from the book of Proverbs, chapter 1, verses 2 through 5. To know wisdom and instruction, perceive the words of understanding. To receive the instruction of wisdom, justice, judgment, and equity. To give subtly to the simple, to the young man knowledge and discretion. A wise man will hear and will increase learning, and a man of understanding shall attain unto wise counsels. I've been teaching Proverbs to the 7th grade Bible class now since the beginning of school. What I'd like to know is, what do you teach here? Just from a little bit of research on this Veterans Day, what I learned is, well, in 1963, Bible reading was banned from public school. In 1980, the Ten Commandments were removed. On this Veterans Day, 75% of young people from 18 to 34 are ineligible to join the military service. That's a national security problem, resting on the heads of the government school. 75% aren't eligible to serve. Let's go a little bit further. In a Quinnipiac poll, these are 18 to 34-year-old Americans. 45% or 48% said America is not worth fighting for, and they would leave if the country come under attack. 45% would leave. 48% would flee. In the latest developments in Israel, 32% of 18 to 34-year-olds support the decision for Israel to avenge the loss of the massacred 1,400 people in Israel from Hamas. That's 32% support Israel. We have our higher learning institutions supporting Hamas. Where did they learn this? Where did they learn it? They learn it right here. They learn it right here. There's only two religions. There's secular humanism and there's Christianity. You won. You got secular humanism. This is what we're stuck with. You got to change. Go back to this book.
Thank you. Anna, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Anna Gibbons, and I'm a mom of 4 and a parent of 2 students at Robbins Elementary School. I'm here on behalf of parents of Robbins Elementary School and those who fear retaliation for speaking up. I have voiced my concerns regarding the new principal. I know several others have as well, and we have been met with no concern. Since starting at Robbins Elementary School, Ms. Smith has done nothing but change the culture of the school that my kids adore. Starting off by firing staff who have done nothing but love and serve this school. After she fired many, she has driven off many more with her words and actions. Chelsea Davis came before you last meeting to inform y'all of what was happening at the school and was written off. I'm here to support her and the staff of Robbins by speaking up for them. No one should be made to feel less than. I have seen the happiness drained from the school. My children, as well as others, have noticed the shift in the school. I have heard my children and others discussing the teachers or staff that they have not seen in a while, wondering if they were fired or quit. This is not an atmosphere I want my kids in. Last year, you would walk into the school and feel the love. The principal was loved and appreciated by the students, staff, and parents. I had several conversations with the principal regarding concerns, and I was welcome to voice it and felt heard. Not this year with Ms. Smith. She has removed art and music from the 5th grade with no explanation. When I shared my concerns, I was quickly dismissed. For some kids like mine, that's their favorite class and is an outlet for more stressful subjects. There was a parent that wanted to be here tonight, but she wasn't able to. Her student was jumped, punched, and scratched on the bus by a 3rd grade student. The bus driver returned to school. Ms. Smith came out but did not remove the student from the bus. She neglected to call the parent. She didn't bother checking on the child. The mother scheduled 2 meetings with Ms. Smith to discuss the situation, but she never showed up. The mother asked for the bus footage and has yet to receive it. Violence should never be swept under the rug. That little boy deserved more. Not only does Ms. Smith think it's okay to put her hands on someone, but she also does nothing when an innocent child gets assaulted. This is completely unacceptable. As a parent with a special needs child and friends with kids of special needs, it's very concerning. What happens when something happens to a nonverbal child? The safety of my kids and others is now a concern. Several parents are fed up with how things are being handled and are considering pulling their kids from Robbins if things don't change. When it's time to enroll my kindergartner, next year, if things haven't changed, he and his siblings will be at another school. One person is ruining this loving small-town school. Please do what's right and get these staff and students the principal they deserve. If nothing's done within the next month or so, I will be contacting Dr. Oxendine at the State Board and media to escalate the situation. I will do whatever it takes to stand up for Robbins Elementary School, the staff, and the kids.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbons. Mr. Miziak?
I'm John Miziak. I'm here representing the Vast Lions Club. Vast Lions Club, with the support of the Aberdeen and Robbins clubs, have completed this year's vision screenings of Moore County students in grades 1 through 5. We were able to screen 3,626 kids, and of those, 406, or 11.2%, of those screened were referred to vision professionals for further testing. We all know that better vision leads to better learning. We want to thank Lisa Kieser and all the nurses and administrators who helped coordinate this effort. We want to express our thanks also to you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you for what your club does for our students.
Good evening. I'm Amy Dahl. I want to comment on the complete absence of logic in last Monday's work session. We teach students to think critically and use reason. I'm proud to say that most of my students in both Moore and Montgomery would notice the absence of reason in that meeting. First up is the claim that you're making Moore County a district teachers want to come to. All the evidence is you aren't. Your actions are driving teachers away. A lot of your current teachers are just waiting for an opportunity elsewhere. Your vacancies sit open for ages. Your latest cohort of new hires is mostly beginning teachers. Since BTs have a very high attrition rate, you can expect to have to rehire for many of those positions. The Teacher Working Conditions Survey is coming up in March. It is anonymous, so teachers can tell what they really think, and their answers will be public for 2 years. Here are just 3 of the questions on which this district is going to get killed. 1, there is an atmosphere of trust and mutual respect within this district. You disparage elementary teachers for wanting a half hour of adult conversation amid a day of managing 20 children, and you don't care about the book committees. I promise you that those staff members and their colleagues care about the work that they did and the recommendations they made. Regarding trust, you challenge a list of books that represent marginalized groups and claim it is for sex and vulgarity when in fact they contain no more sex and vulgarity than other young adult fiction. Dishonesty does not lead to trust. 2, teachers have autonomy to make decisions about instructional delivery. The word I hear all the time is micromanagement. In March, they will tell the world. 3, teachers feel comfortable raising issues and concerns that are important to them. They don't. That is why you only hear from those of us who have left the district. Another question on the survey asks if leadership supports staff decisions in the face of pressure from the public. Teachers are looking for that support, but they don't find it here. The failures of logic continued. You indulged in all kinds of speculation as to why teachers from global teaching partners might not be effective. You were told they routinely meet and exceed growth and have a 97% retention rate. The relevant questions are, 1, may we see the evidence? And 2, how does that compare with the teachers we hired this year? In the presentation of the school improvement plan for Robbins Elementary, it sounded as though you all were crediting Principal Smith for the improvement in test scores last year, even though she only started at the end of the school year reflected in those tests. Ms. Bruno intends to do the will of the small number of people who speak to her on the phone. Has she taken any steps to see what the whole county wants? Our students can judge what a representative sample is. Can you, or do you not care? You have other constituents besides Ms. Bruno's friends. For instance, you have the doctors and nurses in our world-class medical community. These folks want their children to attend colleges with competitive admissions where it is a grave disadvantage to come from an overly sheltered provincial school background. The doctors and nurses and the retirees who count on First Health to hire the best are also your constituents. No, we're not Wake, but we're competing with Wake for medical professionals. There's more, but I'm limited to 3 minutes. The lack of logic displayed by the decision makers for our schools is extremely worrisome.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. I did detect one thing. We always welcome comments from our staff and from our teachers and from our employees, and no one should ever have to fear any form of retaliation for that, because we respect what you tell us. Even if we might not love it, we still respect it, and we appreciate you coming by and letting us know your feelings. So let us go ahead to reports and discussion. We have a quarterly discipline report. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Chair Levy. Unable to share this information at the work session, so Ms. Metcalf and Ms. Sinan, I think, are here this evening to share an update on the quarterly discipline report. Also, Chief Hardy is with us. This is information we share with the board each quarter on the data behind our disciplinary and certain instances that the board has been interested in. So I'm going to turn it right over to Ms. Metcalf to dive right into the report.
Good evening. Thank you. I think this is on. All right. First is our list of overall discipline based on referrals and consequences. So what you'll note is we've had an increase across the board in referrals, and our elements of OSS, or our assignments of OSS, have also increased, and our ISS. This is the specific breakdown of those consequences. And so you'll see 37 to 41% in OSS. There is a slight decrease, in ISS, and a slight decrease in OSS. We also, remember, have Moore County Schools police consequences. Remember that administrators give a school-based disciplinary, but if those actions violate the law, then our school police officer also has consequences that they can give. And so we have the Second Chance Program, teen court, and referral to the Department of Juvenile Justice. Just a reminder that that is a referral. It is up to the Department of Juvenile Justice as to whether or not they accept that referral. We've seen a significant increase in our referrals to DJJ.
For the benefit of the public, would you explain what teen court is briefly? Do you mind? Thank you.
Teen court is an extension of DJJ. It's a level of diversion prior to going into the Department of Juvenile Justice. It is manned by staff that are housed at the Department of Juvenile Justice, and it is made up in a courtroom setting. All of the participants in that courtroom setting are children, teenagers, and close age groups to those kids that are appearing. The consequences that are given out through teen court have helped those cases that would have been not be able to have been adjudicated in the Department of Juvenile Justice, but at the same time they have consequences they have to do. For instance, every time that somebody rotates off of the teen court, then somebody has to replace them. So part of that adjudication could be they have to serve so many jury duties. They also receive life skills training from those staff members there through DJJ and teen court.
Thank you.
So I actually have some questions about teen court.
Yes, sir.
So, so the consequences you listed were have to serve jury duty, which all of us serve jury duty, and we're not sentenced to serving jury duty. And then you mentioned something else. I didn't hear any meaningful punishment. Do you have any examples of punishments that's meted out by teen court?
I can get that information, sir. I don't have it available to me now.
So I just, I look and I see a second chance program, which is administered by the SROs.
That's correct.
Then we have referrals to juvenile justice. And I know that one of our judges here and one of our elected judges in Moore County is really interested in the teen court. It seems kind of in between, and I'm not sure what the consequences. I mean, wow, okay, you do something that doesn't quite make going to juvenile justice, and we have this teen court. Again, I just don't, I'm not seeing where it deals out any consequences that would be of any consequence to a student.
Well, we have the application process for teen court. That application process could be denied when the student is submitted for teen court. If they are, then it was left up to the Department of Juvenile Justice to determine what the consequences would be. The consequences through the Department of Juvenile Justice could be that these children have to see a counselor. You know, the idea is to keep these kids from going into the courtroom if possible. That is the whole idea behind having diversions and having Department of Juvenile Justice outcomes. And unfortunately, not every child is going to change behaviors just because they go through either the Second Chance program or teen court. Some of them may have to go to the Department of Juvenile Justice, and those are the kind of behaviors that we're trying to eliminate from our school district.
So, two more questions. So is Moore County Schools' participation in the teen court program mandatory by state or federal law?
I do not think so, sir. That is a diversion program
So
through juvenile justice.
It's an optional program that Moore County Schools, with the blessing of the school board, participates in.
That is a level of diversion, yes, sir.
Okay, and my second question is, I see that we had two students last academic year, and this academic year we had 7. Do you have any information on the recidivism rate of students that go to teen court?
No, sir, I don't.
Could we get that, please? I would be interested in it.
We can get some more information to the whole board about teen court, about some of the consequences given out with teen court and different, whether that's community service, whatever it may be, and then recidivism. Just a note, this is comparing first quarter of last year to first quarter of this year.
Right, understand. Okay, thank you, Chief Harding, thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Our next is can you click on that? Thank you. Is our quarter 1 offenses. This is a list at the district level. So this is all schools. You'll note that aggressive behavior with physical contact is still our biggest percentage of referrals, and we've had an increase in our top 3, aggressive behavior, inappropriate behavior, and disruptive behavior. We've also had an increase in disrespect of faculty and staff. We saw a significant decrease in vaping, possession of the device, and in tardiness. So those were the 2 biggest changes. Can you go back to the PowerPoint, please? In the past, we've continued with, you've asked for specific data on aggressive behavior, assault, and fighting, and so these next 3 charts are that specific data by school. So our first one is aggressive behavior. Now, this will include aggressive behavior with physical contact, aggressive behavior without physical contact, and aggressive behavior against staff. So what you'll note is there is an increase in all grade spans, but especially at our elementary schools. Our 3 biggest increases came from Aberdeen Elementary, McDeeds Creek Elementary, and Southern Pines Elementary. I would say that in addition to an increase in the behavior and its reporting, all 3 of these schools are dealing with some unique situations with specific students. They have a plan and are meeting those needs. If we can go back to the PowerPoint, please. Oh, sorry. Our next one is on assault. And once that stops spinning,
never mind.
So we do have a decrease in our secondary schools and an increase in elementary, but that increase is largely due to McDeeds Creek as an outlier. But again, that's a unique situation that's being handled by Dr. Capps.
I have a question, please.
Yes.
Where it has Cranes Creek Middle School, it's reported that there were no assault incidences.
There were no incidences coded as assault for the first quarter.
So there have been no fights at all?
That's not a fight. So the next one, our next chart is fighting. This one is specific assault.
Could you define assault?
So assault is when a student deliberately intends to harm, create any kind of bodily harm to another student, staff member, or other person in the building.
I thought there was an incident at Cranes Creek earlier on this year, that involved the principal and one other faculty member. I think there was an incident on the bus, and then it carried over to school the following week or so, but that's not counted as an assault.
If you go to the fighting incidents, there's 2 fighting incidents listed for first quarter at Cranes Creek. We're just not at fighting yet. We're on assault.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, David, but I mean, it seems to me like an assault and fighting, they can go hand in hand.
So there are, discipline can be complex, and there are often situations where they can be coded as multiple things, and that is up to the principal to determine, based on their investigation, what the most, the best coding for that is. And it might be that there's a situation where it's aggressive behavior, could have been assault. It might have looked like assault to begin with and turned out to be aggressive behavior. It wasn't deliberate. So there are a lot of complex factors around that might have a principal coding it something different.
I just don't want to give a false, misrepresentation like, hey, Cranes Creek has just come full circle and everything's good to go. Like there's no assault that has happened, but I understand what you're saying.
I mean, I think you'll find that Cranes Creek had an increase, 1 additional aggressive behavior from last year. They went from 3 assaults to 0 assaults. And then fighting, which we'll get to next, they've gone down as well.
Keep on going. Okay.
Next slide, please. Nope. All right, and then our next one is for fighting, and we've actually had a decrease in our secondary schools, and again, an increase at our elementary schools. Our most significant was at Southern Pines Elementary. Dr. Pratt and her team are analyzing that data now to determine what the reason for that increase may be. All right, next slide, please. As you know, we are working on our Moore County Schools District Discipline Matrices, our elementary school matrix. We are implementing that in 2 elementary schools in each area. Area 1 is Sand Hills Farm Life and Vast Lakeview. Area 2 is Robbins and Westmore. And then Area 3 is Aberdeen Elementary and Southern Pines Elementary. Those schools are analyzing each quarter's worth of data and looking at that discipline matrix and the impact that it's having on transparency and consistency. We are doing the same at the middle school, and that is in Cranes Creek and Southern Middle School. Our data analysis was conducted Wednesday at our leadership meeting. They are continuing that with their teams, and we'll bring that specific data back to the Discipline and Safety Committee. And then the high school matrix will be reviewed by that same committee at their next meeting, and potentially that will be implemented during the second semester. Questions?
I would just like to say thank you so much. I know you and your team are working very hard, and we are taking the discipline seriously. And I think it's really, really good. I know we have a safety and discipline committee meeting, I think, coming up pretty soon. And I look forward to everything that we've got going on. So thank you.
So,
Any other? Yes, go.
yeah, could we go back to slide 2, please? While we're doing that, weren't you the principal here not too long ago?
I was.
Is this like
a year ago?
Yeah, this is like a homecoming, right?
It is. It's wonderful to be back in the building.
Yeah, I find it interesting that they cut slots in the cinder block to cut down the noise reverberation. I wonder if that actually works.
Well, it's such a, you have to come for a basketball game to really see if it
Yeah,
cuts down at all.
200 screaming students, I can imagine. Okay, so when you look at this, just real quick, so you look at this and you see the Q1 of this year's results. What is the central office's analysis of this?
For the increase?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Q1 of this year, office referrals increased about 33%, as an example.
I think there may be a couple things. I do think we're seeing increased behaviors, especially increased behaviors at our elementary schools, inappropriate, aggressive behaviors. I think that there is an increase possibly in reporting as well. And we haven't done the full analysis of the data yet, but it may be that some of that reporting and some of that discipline comes from those early discipline matrices and that new system for consistency.
Yeah, okay. And we talked about that last time we did this, about the unfortunate roll-down effect of things that a decade ago were unimaginable would happen in a middle school, let alone it now happening in elementary school. And, that's a very unfortunate reality of a society we live in. I have a slightly different take on this, if I could. It is well documented that the last school board, my God, the whole time the 2 years that we were in the minority, I never once heard them mention discipline. And in fact, people who doubt that, everything that was transpiring at Cranes Creek over the last 2 years was 100% kept from the school board. If you go back to 2022 and 2023, everything that in late September, October of 2022, we became aware of the situation at Cranes Creek because of a series of fight videos that got published online. And if people don't recall, one of those videos had a young lady being dragged across the back of the seats of the bus by her hair, dragged across the back of seats of the school bus by her hair, while other students were punching her and shouting racial slurs. Anyway, so there were 6 or 7 such fight videos. I'm sorry, that one came from Southern Middle School, but there were equally reprehensible videos that came out of Cranes Creek. And here's the important point. It was October, late September, early October of 2022 that we became aware of that, and Moore County became aware of that, because previously none of that had been mentioned to the school board. Nobody on the school board knew about the problems at Cranes Creek. I certainly didn't. The then chair might have known. And when I found out, I think there were 10 fight videos, 10 or a dozen, and they were horrific. And I said, I want to see all the discipline reports for these. And I expected not to see anything. I expected, we didn't. So I was very pleasantly surprised when I met with actually your husband and the superintendent. And they were all contemporarily documented. They were all documented when they occurred. But the thing that struck me, this was in October, most of those incidents, and if you go back and look at those videos, you'll notice that the people were wearing cold weather jackets. Most of those incidents happened in January or February of 2022, and the school board didn't know about it. But the school board didn't have a safety and security committee. The school board wasn't interested in discipline matrix. The school board, if you go back and look at the strategic plan, I can point in the places of the woke strategic plan where they specifically talked about discipline and equity, and we have to be culturally sensitive in disciplining students. So that's the background. The background is there was a 6 to 8 year period where Moore County schools I would say for whatever reason, but you can point to the strategic plan that was in effect that governed our schools for 4 to 6 years that basically said, we're not going to enforce discipline. So let me direct your attention to these statistics. The interesting thing about these statistics is you have to keep in mind this school board who said, contrary to what the speaker said up here today about the teacher working condition surveys, we have teacher working condition surveys that were in the 20%. That's under the previous school board, where 22% of the teachers at one school said we have no confidence in our principal. We had horrible teacher working condition surveys. The very best thing that any employer can do for their employees, and certainly a governing board, is to have safe, productive, and respectful working conditions. And you don't have safe, respectful working conditions if you have fights and you have people dragging the others across the back of the seats of buses while beating on them. So in December, when this school board was seated, we didn't crack down on discipline. You know what we did? We let the superintendent and administrators do what they've been wanting to do all along, and that is enforce discipline standards that they knew to be correct. But the previous school board and the people they put into place prevented the well-intentioned, civic-minded administrators and teachers from enforcing discipline. So keeping that in mind, I would ask everyone here and everyone out wherever the video is to take a look at these statistics. This is an improvement, and I'll show you what the improvement is. If you look, normally quarter over quarter is the correct comparison, right? If you're looking at sales data or whatnot, and normally the first quarter is worse than, because students come off summer break and whatever. So you look at this, and you look from quarter one of last year under the previous school board, where we didn't know about these horrific fights because no one on the school board, the majority, didn't care. And you look from quarter one of last year to quarter one of this year, and you see a 33% increase in the first one. You see a 50% increase in the second one, and you see a 20% increase in the second one. But that's not the real metric you have to look at. What you got to do is keep in mind that in quarter three of last year, that would have been January of this year, this school board was seated the month before. And one of the first things we did is we said, we're going to stop this violence in our school, and we want, again, the superintendent and all the administrators to take discipline seriously, and we support, this is all we said, we in support, because I remember Levy saying this, we support I forget the exact word, the well-intentioned discipline measures taken by our teachers and our administrators. So if you look from quarter one of last school year to quarter three, almost every single thing doubled. You look at office discipline referrals, they doubled. You look at in-school suspensions, they almost doubled. You look at out-of-school suspensions, they almost doubled. That was reinforcing discipline standards after 6 to 8 years of effectively loosening them up. And, we had to be sensitive about this and that, and not cracking down and not demanding that our students behave correctly and be respectful to our faculty and staff and fellow students. So what I see here is you see us cracking down, really you see the administrators and teachers doing what they should have been doing all along, but the previous school board and administration prevented it. Then, if you look at from when this board was seated in Q3 of last year to now, you actually see in office discipline referrals, you see a 20% reduction. And from when this school board was seated in Q3 of last year to Q1 of now, you see a 50% reduction in in-school suspensions. And out-of-school suspensions, you see from a high water mark of 500, you see a 50% decrease to 333. So what I see when I see these numbers is I see a school board that in January of last year gave the superintendent marching orders. We support your teachers. We support reasonable disciplinary measures. And then, so then all of a sudden you see a spike because that was getting our arms around it and getting everything back the way it should have always been. And then now, going into the new school year, you actually see reductions in the high water mark. So I want to make sure that everyone doesn't just look at this and go, oh my God, look at that horrible increase. That's all.
Okay. Other members of the board?
Question.
Yes, sir.
I assume that EC students are lumped into this data?
They are.
Is that correct? Do EC students tend to be repetitive problems in discipline?
That's
more
really,
so than other
It's really
groups?
difficult to answer. You'd really have to analyze that student by student.
I'd like to see what that looks like. Okay, I'm hearing that sidewise, so I'm trying to verify the things I'm hearing, and that's nothing against the EC student particularly, but if they need some added attention, then I think we ought to validate that. Thank you.
Other members? Yeah, Dr. Locklear.
I was just going to note that there are some of our students with special needs, part of their special needs has to do with some ways that they may act out or some ways they may behave or deal with situations. And so we have to put strategies in place as part of those IEPs and behavioral improvement plans that those kids have. So, but as Ms. Metcalf notes, just a student with a special disability doesn't necessarily manifest itself in some kind of behavior issue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Other members of the board? Otherwise, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Metcalf.
Okay. Next, B, quarterly academic and instructional update.
All right, we got Dr. Metcalf, I believe, and Ms. Gephardt here coming forward. This is something we're adding this year at the request of the board. The board asked me if we could bring forth some quarterly updates around our academic and instructional work. And you only got to ask Ms. Gephardt once. She's going to come with great energy and vigor and share the work that we're doing. So I'm going to turn this right over to Dr. Metcalf and Ms. Gephardt. But let me just say, awfully proud of the work we're doing collaboratively across the district, the leadership our schools are offering in this work, and certainly as well as our central services team. Dr. Metcalf.
Yes, and we're especially proud to have Donna and her team to do the first quarterly academic update. But in other quarters, we're going to bring other groups. We'll bring Marcy Cooper, Neil Waters, who do EC, talk about the work that they're doing and give an update from that angle too. Maybe some of our technology folks that works out of the academics and student support services. But we're going to start with Ms. Gephardt.
Thank you, Dr. Metcalf. Good evening, Chair Levy, Dr. Locklear, members of the board. I am very excited to share with you some great things going on in curriculum and instruction, and more importantly, you heard a lot of this in our school improvement planning, so hopefully as we go through today, you'll see how everything's coming together, and as Dr. Locklear likes to say, we're working the plan, and you'll see evidence of that. So school improvement, we just finished, I think you reviewed 16 or 17 plans that really looked at the data and the collaborative planning and the monitoring of what we're asking folks to do. And you heard several times the Moore County way, talking about PLTs, talking about lesson planning, talking about having and being strategic when we have lessons to ensure that we are meeting the needs of all of our learners. We talked about some strong resources, so you heard quite a bit about some of the new materials that we have in classrooms and how we constantly work that school improvement plan, and we talk data monthly and evaluate what we're doing. For example, right now we have check-ins going on, which are state assessments aligned to our standards, and we're getting that data and really having the conversation of how to best support our students. With our instruction and accountability, there are a lot of things going on, but I am super excited with the collaboration that we have with our schools. We are in schools consistently. We are doing school walks. There's nothing, I was at Pinecrest High School today, and Rachel's team was at Union Pine, so we're out walking the schools. It's exciting to see the amazing things that our teachers are doing and how well our students are with the processes and procedures and routines that we're teaching. There's a superintendent leadership walk. There's also a deputy superintendent and assistant superintendent going in and doing what they call building learning conversations, walking with that principal and talking about the wonderful things going on in that building. Kate and I are partners in crime constantly with data dives. I'm up at a school tomorrow doing some data diving. Kate's there Thursday doing data dives. There's nothing more powerful than really showing and teaching our teachers how to use data and how to analyze their data to meet the needs of that student and where we can move that student through intensive instructional opportunities. We have consistent professional development. We have restart flexibilities. We are also about developing the leaders in our buildings. We have principal meetings twice a month. One is a leadership and the other is a leading and learning, where we are putting tools in that principal's tool belt, I like to say, so that our principals are walking away with strategies and things to go into their buildings and work with their teachers on. We work with our assistant principals, and then we actually have an inspiring principal cohort and an inspiring assistant principal cohort. So a lot of great things going on with our academic and student support team service, a lot of support for PLTs, and how we can continue to work the work, as Dr. Locklear says. So the Moore County Way, my favorite piece to this is that wonderful pie over there, balanced by Dr. Locklear's, what I call the cornerstone of what we do with that triangle. When we work the work, it's about that school improvement plan driving all of those pieces of the pie around it. So having those quality instructional frameworks, I know Mr. Benway asked at the school improvement team, what are the instructional frameworks? And I'm going to make sure we get to see those, Mr. Benway, because those are so exciting. But looking at our professional learning teams that really drive the work that we do in our building. But none of that goes without having the system and processes, having strong relationships with all of those folks in the building to create those outcomes that our teachers strive every day as they go in and teach those wonderful lessons to ensure that our students are moving forward. These frameworks are, the K-5 ELA frameworks are new and they are under draft, and I want to just make sure we understand why. The development of the frameworks took several years for Moore County schools with the collaboration of teachers. Well, when letters came about, that transitioned how we do business in K-5 literacy. So these are draft. Our teachers are playing around with them this year. They're giving us input. They're telling us some things, hey, you might want to tweak this. But these instructional frameworks are how we do business in our classrooms in an English Language Arts K-2 classroom. You will see that the center block is whole group, small group, and independent group stations. You'll see handwriting up there, and that is intentional. We've learned that focusing handwriting, as you'll hear us talk about, are you using the sky, the midline, or the grass, or are you using top hat, belt, and shoes? So we're very focused and attentive on handwriting. We are focused on comprehension and word work and writing. You'll see this breaks it down a little bit into small group with our small group stations. So we have that whole group phonics, and then we have some small groups phonics. We have writing that we're looking at 15 minutes on a consistent basis, and then we have handwriting, as well as that strong focus on comprehension. Our 3-5 framework works very much like our ELA, but these are the ways that teachers can look and say, when I'm designing those quality lessons, this is what I'm attending to. So again, our 3-5 framework have the whole group, small group, and independent stations, but you'll see there we've moved from handwriting to cursive writing. You will still see phonics and phonemic awareness and vocabulary in that word work piece, but here's where we take a bigger focus at comprehension. This is that where we're starting to transition from learning to read to reading to learn. We, this year, are piloting the implementation of the core phonics, that is, you'll hear us call it a lot, 95% phonics group. This is a very explicit, detailed phonics instruction that's step by step to help our students ensure that they know why they're doing something. So it's not about memorizing this pattern. It is about understanding why this pattern, if it's closed syllable or open syllables. So this is a great resource that we've implemented. In addition to the core phonics, we also have UFly, which is the University of Florida Literacy Institute, and that's a supplemental resource that when I have a group of students who are struggling, I'm just going to say with the long E, then I can go over in small group with my University of Florida materials and help strengthen that group and intensify their instruction on that specific skill. One of the things that you all know, so I'm not going to talk a long time about it, but you know, if you have seen in our classrooms, the magnetic readers are amazing. The teachers, we trained our principals on some of the components the other day, but you will see a lot of this. What I'm hearing from the kids is they're loving these stories. They are finding them fascinating. They're finding them entertaining. So great resource that we have going on. Another framework is our K-5 math framework, and this one's very solid. It is very much about whole group instruction, small group instruction, and that consistent independent practice where we're ensuring formative assessment and math talks. Our K-5 math assessment, our K-5 math framework drives what those students are what those teachers are doing. Our 6-12 framework looks a little bit different. This is a 6-12 content area framework. So English, math, science, social studies. You can imagine the conversations there when you're trying to put all those people in a room to come up with some type of graphic that looks at the instructional framework. So this instructional framework really looks at what is the data telling us. Do we have a collaborative culture in our environment where we are expecting engaging experiences for our learners? And what are those instructional tools that we're using to ensure that we have consistent, pervasive opportunities for students to learn the content at the 6 through 12 level? I am very excited because we know math is a big focus right now, specifically middle school math. So our middle school principals got with me and called me in and said, look, we think we need a resource. We need something to ground. So we do have some math pilots with Eureka Math. We have a couple 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade schools where we saw high, if you remember Sand Hills Farm Life last year, their data in math, they had some really high students in math, so they wanted to make sure we have a rigorous, robust program to help them continue to soar with their math. But our middle school principals were very, due to so many issues of having a consistent math teacher in the classroom, they've asked for a resource. So we, like I always like to do, I said, well, we'll pilot it. We'll see how this goes. So we had our first training Friday. We have several schools, for example, New Century here is doing Eureka Math in 6th grade and 8th grade. Again, that was choice with the principal talking to the teachers. Southern Middle is only doing 7th grade. Cranes Creek is doing 7th and 8th grade. Elise Middle is doing 8th grade. And High Falls and Westmore are doing 8th grade as well. So they looked at their data. They went to the teacher, they talked to their teams, and decided these were the grades that they wanted to pilot this. We are super excited about this because it provides our students with a very consistent process where when they're attacking that lesson, each lesson is set up on the same type of flow, so that the students come in and they have what we call a math fluency activity, then they have their lesson, then they have their launch, so that they're rolling in and making sure that they are engaging in the mathematics at the appropriate grade level of the standard. This is an example of the Eureka Math. Pinehurst Elementary is piloting the program K-5, and you'll see these are the cornerstones of when we look at lesson components, really developing that math talk. What Eureka does is develops conversation around mathematics. I'm going to share very quickly a kindergarten example that we saw. We were walking a kindergarten room at Ashley School, and the problem was Jake has 2 cookies, and they had to draw their 2 cookies because we want them to have that concrete representation. The next question after they drew their cookies, she said, Jake ate a cookie and gave one to a friend. How many cookies does Jake have left? You immediately saw kids do different strategies. Two little girls smacked up, down, put their hands on their desk over the cookies, and I said, what are y'all doing? And they were like, well, the cookies are gone. That's a hard concept for kindergartners. I saw one little kid over there racing like crazy. I said, honey, what are you doing? You're getting rid of your cookies. He said, yeah, because they're gone. I mean, it was just like I was crazy for asking that question. So a lot of great mathematical thinking within this program. So we're super excited to pilot this and to sort of see what are next steps. For our high school level, I'm very excited to say our high school principals, Andy McCormick and Stephanie, they are looking at IXL for high school, which really is about a skill development. Right now, we don't have a program for the high school, so it is about trying to look at the skills that they need, and they're piloting this, so we'll have a lot more information. It's something Kate and I are watching very closely and listening to the teachers and the feedback of the teachers. So we have lots of great things going on. One of the things that we did do for our Math 1 teachers is we worked with them on a data dive with their current students in 9th grade, and iReady did give us their math toolbox for our Math 1 teachers to help close those gaps that we know. So we're trying to provide a lot of professional development. Our principals have also asked on an upcoming professional development day if we could have Math 1 PD. So we're very focused on a lot of great things, curriculum and instruction. But I just gave you guys a quick overview of some of the great things we have going on academically.
Questions by members of the board?
I have just one.
Yes.
The IXL, does that help with Math 1?
We are hopeful. We are monitoring that very carefully. It's about a skill. It's about the focus is working on specific skills. So they're using it in biology, math, and English.
Okay.
So Andy has made sure that I am being very attentive to what's going on with this program, because we're hoping what we're going to see is that it, just like we know the gaps, that it closes those gaps and can make sure those kids are fluent and have fluency within math.
Yeah, it would be great to see something, because I know we are across the county and other counties as well. We're not the only ones, but Math 1 is very low.
It is.
So that would be great to see if it does improve.
We are working hard on that. That's our goal.
Yeah, thank you.
Other members of the board? Mr. Hensley, yes.
So last month was Dyslexia Awareness Month. So I know we're only a handful of days into, maybe 2 handfuls of days into November, but I'm curious, this is a great framework. I know we're all excited about it. I know we're all excited about the return to phonics. I know that the integration of tools, not reliance of tools, but integration of modern tools coupled with old school techniques, and leveraging the two. I know we're going to get excellent results, but I'm concerned about the students that fall through the cracks, the ones that, this framework isn't going to be as effective because maybe they have dyslexia. So, I'll cut to the chase. Are we doing the dyslexia screenings required by North Carolina law of all of our students?
That is M-Class. Yes, we do.
I'm sorry?
That is M-Class, and we do M-Class on every single student in K-3. We do 4th grade for our Read to Achieve students, but our K-3 students take an M-Class testing. They take it in September, they'll take it again in January, and then they take it in May. From that screening that we do with M-Class, we also progress monitor. So if I am well below grade level in a skill set, so let's just say first sound fluency that I am not doing well in, then what I do is they constantly progress monitor me. They give me strategies that I'm working with in small group instruction, where I'm working with sounds and sound automaticity with sounds, and then from there I will have progress monitoring every 10 days, or if I'm just below, every 15 days, and if I'm on grade level, I still get progress monitored within the 30 days to make sure I'm not losing skills and progressing forward.
So it's the central office's contention that and I don't hear acronyms very well, but that screener suffices to identify students with dyslexia.
This was selected by a very rigorous process through the Department of Public Instruction, and it is given to every LEA in North Carolina. So it is our screener. It is written into legislative Senate Bill 387 as our dyslexia screening, so that we are constantly screening for where students are with their skills.
Okay, and that's administered in K through twice a year, if I heard you right.
Three times a year. So 3 times a year, K-3, and then 4th grade for any student who has not yet met the Read to Achieve legislation, it is administered to those students as well.
Okay, and the reason I bring this up is because there's actually a law that says we, school board, local school boards, have to ensure that there is screening that is both age appropriate and effective for dyslexia. So I want to make sure we're meeting that standard.
And we are very fortunate. We do reporting. We report out every quarter. So we just finished our BOY reporting. And we have to report if our schools meet 95% tested or not in each grade level. So the state gives us this tool, and then we consistently monitor it. And then from my perspective, when I'm in professional learning teams, we're talking about it and the data and talking about progress monitoring. Are there students we need to do some more of the University of Florida materials with? So we really get down into what we need to do to ensure that we're growing those students.
Yeah, and I assume we also have the required professional development surrounding dyslexia.
We do. We letters, big part of it's letters. Right now we're in the second part of that letters with Unit 5 through 8, which is more your comprehension. But Unit 1 through 4 of letters is absolutely how to deal with students who have difficulties with them reading and what to do about it. And here are giving us the tools in our tool belt, as I like to say.
Wow. And dyslexia is one of those disabilities that's covered in the letters training.
Yes, it very much is. Okay, and it specifically talks about it when we get into what letters would say is we're over-identifying students with dyslexia because we're not teaching based on, so that is, again, it's a shift that letters has caused, but we're very attentive and very focused on ensuring that we're doing M-Class with fidelity. We train our teachers on M-Class. If you're a new teacher to our district, you're going to get about a 12-hour training, and then we're going to come into a professional learning team, and we're going to make sure you can assess children appropriately.
Okay, and I'm sorry, what's that acronym?
M-Class. So it's M and then capital C-L-A-S-S. It's written into the Senate Bill 387 law.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. And again, we're all I know I am, and I think everyone else is very excited about what we're doing. I just want to make sure that we're reaching that other 10 to 20% of the students that may have some sort of disability. And
Definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Pauline, did you have something?
Yes, I did. I wanted to say, this is wonderful. Your instructional frameworks are absolutely terrific. And I'm so proud. I'm so proud that we're using this with our students, and I think we're going to see great results. I'm really happy about this.
Awesome. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. I do have one question, just very briefly, and maybe you answered this already. How does this framework work with our letters?
It actually is based off of letters. So that new framework you saw for K-5, what we've done is taken the big letters components, which is why it's still draft, because we're trying to get all of our teachers through, but it fits exactly what letters is telling us about the instructional practices within a K2 classroom and a 3-5 classroom.
So it's working together. That's my big question. Number 2, I wanted to thank you personally, because I know we've had sort of maybe a difference of opinion on the book reports, but and the reading of the books. But I found out that you are working just so hard with all of our elementary schools and our other schools to be able to do those book reports and to be able to read those books. So I just wanted to thank you very personally for that. And I wanted to also apologize to my granddaughter, who is at Pinehurst Elementary, because she has to do a book report.
I heard today that kids have been really excited and are really working hard on them. So
thank you very, very much for what you do.
Excellent.
Okay, did I just hear someone say that students were excited about book reports? Yes. I think we may have gone too far there. But
I appreciate it. Okay. Okay, so next we have a review of the approved 2024-2025 school calendar, of which we're very, very interested because of the fact that a lot of schools, a lot of LEAs are going to the calendar where we start a little earlier and finish at Christmas. So there was a request to review that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and I've asked Dr. Metcalf and Kay Fall, who led the calendar committee process, which brought two versions of a calendar to you it was past spring when this was voted on which voted on 2 years of calendars. One that follows the law that's currently in place for North Carolina, which I think unanimously a lot of us feel that law is wrong. It should be changed. I'm always going to recommend that we follow the law, but one that follows the North Carolina school calendar law and one that aligned closely with the community college calendar, which an earlier start. So I've asked Dr. Metcalf he would first maybe quickly review what requirements are in the law, show us what we came to you last spring with, and then we're open to any discussion and answer any questions we can.
Probably a good place to start with the calendar requirements. Charlie, if you could bring up, that was one of the documents that was attached. If you mind bringing that up. Thank you. A little larger. Perfect. So these are the calendar requirements, General Statute 115C-84.2, and there are 11 requirements. I'll just highlight a couple of the big ones that really impact us. Number one, right out of the gate, the start date is no earlier than Monday, closest to August 26th, and an end date no later than Friday, closest to June 11th, unless you receive a weather-related calendar, and generally that can happen up in the areas where they get a lot of snow, but they're not open to approving that. Number two, there are no educational purposes waivers for exemption of the opening or closing dates, so you can't get a waiver for any educational reason, purpose. The calendar, all schools within the district must be closed all day for purposes of determining eligibility of weather-related waivers. That really doesn't impact us. Number four has to cover at least 9 calendar months. Number five must have a minimum of 185 days or 1,025 hours of instruction. We really look closely at the hours in the calendar committee. You have to include certain things, such as at least 9 days of teacher work days. You have to have a minimum of 10 annual vacation leave days. Veterans Day is a holiday. So you can see that there are 11 requirements. The big one, though, is that when do we start and when can we end? Cannot start earlier than Monday closest to August 26th, and no later can you close from Friday the closest day to June 11th. Mr. Hensley?
Mr. Hensley?
So everyone knows I'm not a fan of this politically driven school calendar. I have advocated this board civil disobedience, and we do what's best for the education of our children, not what's best for the tourism and travel. Maybe our school grades would improve if we had our testing before our mental health would, any number of reasons, but I digress. I have two very specific questions on this. The first, number two there, is you have to point out that the law says there will be no educational purpose waivers for exemption of the opening and closing dates. Okay, well, that jumps out and tells you that's a political decision passed by the Republicans in Raleigh, and it's completely unsatisfactory. But let me ask you this, Dr. Metcalf. They say there's no educational purpose waivers. My question to you as a professional educator, is there any educational reason to start the calendar no earlier than 26 August, or is there an educational reason that the calendar should have an end date no later than June 11th? Does that serve any educational purposes?
Personally, I think it works against us, actually. I think an early start calendar is more educationally purposeful. That would allow us to align with the community college calendar, allow students to take their, high school students in particular, to take their first semester exams prior to the holiday break in December. it works more from an educational purpose. It's more valuable to the students. But as you can see, we're not allowed to do that with current calendar law.
Right, thank you. And I'll save my lecture for later on about mental health and all that. But yeah, the point is, this serves no educational purpose. In fact, it's counter to good education and good mental health.
Go ahead, continue.
Yes, so that is the law. So let's talk a little bit about policy 3300 and our regulation and what our process is in terms of developing a calendar. So Regulation 3300-R requires us to put together a calendar committee. This past year, Ms. Faw ran that. It's made up of parents, students, teachers, central office staff, and principals. Their role is to take a look at all the calendar, all the data, try to pull together a calendar that meets these requirements. We then bring that to the board and ask for the board to give us permission to put that out for public feedback. And so that goes onto our website once the board gives us approval to do that, and we get feedback on that calendar, and we take that feedback, and the calendar committee meets again, takes that feedback, makes any adjustments around that, brings that to the superintendent, who then brings it back to the board with his recommendation, hopefully, for approval of that calendar. We generally do that 2 years out, so this year, Ms. Faw will be working on the 25-26 calendar, not next year's, but the year after. But tonight you asked us to review this past process for next school year. The board did something unique last year. They asked us to bring back not one, but two calendars, as Dr. Locklear mentioned. One was a traditional calendar that met the current North Carolina calendar law, and then a second calendar that would not meet that law, but would be an early start date calendar. In that case, the classes would begin on August 7th, and the second semester would begin on January 7th. Again, we'd be able to align with the community college, have a first semester that ends before the holiday break with that early start calendar. We put that out for feedback, and interestingly, the more popular calendar was the early start. I think 87% of the responses indicated support for the early start calendar.
Was that August 7th to begin classes, or was that August 7th to bring the teachers back?
Let me check.
I think it was the 14th.
I think it begins classes on August 7th.
7th.
First day of class for students would have been August 7th in that early start calendar.
All right.
In that early start calendar. Thank you, Kate.
Thank you.
So we brought both calendars back. Clearly from the community input, the early start calendar received more support for the reasons that you would expect, or that in previous years when we've talked about the early calendar, that has been an initiative that parents supported. But the board at the May 8th, based on the recommendation of the superintendent and because of the law, did approve the traditional calendar for the 24-25 school year. We can answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Do we have that, do we have a slide of that calendar?
The early start calendar?
The early start calendar?
Yes, I think we do. Is that the early start? It is. As you can see, the early start calendar, we start with students. The first day is August 7th. The semester ends on December 18th. If you scroll down, Charlie, you would see it would end the 18th. And then the second semester would actually start on January 7th. We would have our last day of school on May 23rd. Graduations would be the 23rd and 24th of May. It would had 90 student days in the first semester, 90 school days in the second semester, and actually had 1,068 hours of instruction. So you had built-in time there if you had any weather issues or any reason that you needed to cancel school. But it was the early start. You'd end up aligning with the community college. You'd line up with the semesters before the break. From an educational standpoint, as we mentioned earlier, I think very much of a positive for students.
And that was for the 24-25 school year,
That was
correct?
for the 24-25 school year. Now, I will say that the traditional calendar was passed in May. that has been posted immediately after it was approved by the board. So we do receive calls. I just want to be honest, we do receive calls from families who plan for graduations, who plan for well in advance for vacations and what have you. So the calendars are very popular. People are constantly looking for that way out in advance. And so if the board was interested in changing and going with the early start, even though that breaks general statute, that has to be considered, the impact to the community, to graduations, the planning, and vacation time and what have you for next school year.
Okay. Ms. Bruno, how do you feel?
I think we should change it right now. Oh, sorry. Is it on? I think we should change it right now.
I'll second it.
I'll third it.
All right. Well, what I think I heard was a motion to change the calendar to the early start calendar for 24-25?
Yes.
Except it's not on the agenda as board
No,
action.
I understand that. Let me ask this. Would you want to change the agenda to make this an action item?
I'll make that
Is
motion.
what the board
Well,
wants to do?
can we have
Yes.
why don't we have our discussion, and at the end of our discussion, then maybe we can explore that. I mean, I'm clearly for this, but I have some questions I think need to be answered before we move to the next step.
Okay, I have no problem with that. Is that the board okay with that? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so my very first question, and this is very relevant because we tried to do this for this year. Or next year, whatever. We already tried this once, and the reluctance of the board was we're going to get sued. Even though at the time when that was said, there were several counties that were several school districts that are out of compliance then. But my question is, and this is a very important question, is I know since we didn't do it for the previous academic year, how many counties, how many school districts are now not in compliance with the school calendar law? I know it's grown, and I know it's grown significantly. I think it might be as many as 15 or 16, but I'm doing that
Last
off the top
time
of my
I
head.
heard it was 19.
I did not check recently. I should have checked that. I can provide you that information. It was about 15, I think, the last time I looked.
Yeah, so
But I do not know if they faced any consequences yet from the state at all.
Council, do you have any way you could check that real quick this evening? Okay, so that was my first question: is how many school districts are currently out of compliance? And I think it's measured in a dozen plus. I just don't know for sure. And I have two other questions. One is, if we did these surveys back in February and March, which is when we did the calendar, we did the surveys in February or March. This is time sensitive because, we got to let people do planning and all that. Why is this now November, and why did we not address this in the 6 months in between? Why did we table it for 6 months? Does anyone recall?
The board took action on the traditional calendar for 24-25. This is a request by board member Bruno that we readdress this and talk about it, and that's why we're bringing it back and sharing it with the board.
Okay.
But this was the 24-25 calendar.
May 8th.
Was approved at the May 8th board meeting.
Yes, sir.
And it was the traditional start calendar at that time.
And I might also add, at the time, there was some discussion about whether there would be penalties enacted by the legislature. And we were also waiting to see what would come out of the budget, which there was at least one legislator talking about creating penalties. There were no penalties, in fact, created. So that was one of the reasons why we've delayed until this time. One of the other things that you might wish to do, just to throw this also out, because it is such a sudden thing, we might decide to take this up at our, it could be our December meeting or sooner, to give the public a chance to have a chance to weigh in on it. That's one other thing that could be done, but.
If I may caution the board on one thing as you're thinking about this, I just want to point out the dates in which staff, our 10-month staff, teachers would be asked to return. With the traditional calendar, I think the teachers are back on the 19th of August. With the early start, they would come back for their training on August 1st. So staff who's not planning on that would be impacted by the change even more dramatically than students would be.
Okay, so we voted on this in May, and it was voted down. Does anyone remember what the vote was and who voted how?
I do.
You remember
It was
what
4-3.
It was 4-3. So who voted against the non-conforming calendar?
You, Philip, and I voted for changing the calendar.
Okay. Okay. All right. So so you mentioned the respondents. Here's an additional question. You mentioned the respondents on the online poll. 87% supported the early online calendar. My question is, what are the feelings and how do the faculty and staff of Moore County Schools feel? So we know that the general public, or those who chose to respond, 523, 87% supported it. What is the support level of the faculty and staff? Have we done an internal poll so that we know how they feel?
Haven't done an internal poll. Obviously, we ask for their feedback here, but that is something that we talk about when we take the calendar on the road, if you will. When we've developed a calendar, we want to get feedback from our teacher advisory councils, our support staff advisory councils, and so forth, student advisory councils. High school overwhelmingly likes the early start because it impacts them the most. And the elementary and middle doesn't impact them quite as much because they're generally not semester classes, but they see the wisdom and support the early start. But again, caution the board, it's a late turnaround. I just know how the community has responded when we've in the past had to make changes to the calendar of just a single day. That has caused some disruption, and that is a concern that I want to share with the board, both for our staff and for the community who plan so far in advance for their summer activities and other activities.
Okay. When are we supposed to deal with the 25? This is 24, 25, 25, 26. Yes.
So Ms. Faw and I think Ms. Sinan is going to be assigned to work with Ms. Faw on this moving forward, and they'll start that work here in November, December, bring to the board a plan. The goal is in January into February. We will put that out for, we try to bring it in that March, April. Last year it got delayed a little bit. We were a little later than normal in May. We shoot for March.
So we do have an alternative to instruct you to come back with an early calendar. I'll call it an early calendar.
You could ask us to bring back 2 calendars. You could ask us to bring back an early calendar, one that meets state law and the other that is an early start, as you did last year, and have a discussion for the 25-26 school year.
Okay.
That would be my suggestion, just to do 2 again, like you did, just because I think that as a board, I think we all really love the early start. My concern was the law. Yeah. And I would be curious to see how many school districts get reprimanded for that, or if they don't.
Yes. Okay. So, Pauline, what would you like to do?
I want to do what's best for the community, best for our teachers.
Okay. So is it the consensus of the board that we bring this back earlier? You said that generally you start in December. Is that what you said, Ms. Wall?
We'll start forming the committee this month. Try to do our first meetings with the committee in December so that we can work toward a January timeframe. Bring it back.
So
January,
if
February.
it is at all possible, if you could bring this back to us, is this a consensus of the board? I'm asking. that they bring us back to us in a January timeframe.
For it.
So that we can announce this, because I have the feeling that the board is going to want to do the early start. Okay?
Are you speaking for the 25, 26 school year?
25,
Mr.
26,
Levy?
yes. I am, because I also have the feeling that it's the consensus of the board, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, that we may be, if we have to come back on August the 4th, that may mess up some plans, and we may need to have some community input. But I think the board is still very, very much wanting to do this. And we also see that there was no penalties enacted by the legislature, that other school districts have done the same. I have talked to the majority leader in the Senate, although he does not seem to want to budge, there's still is a great number of LEAs are going forward with the earlier ones. So I think maybe we need to make a statement, and I think we maybe need to make a statement early in the year and as quickly as possible. So if that's okay with the board, okay? I see a consensus.
I think you need to restate what we're conceding. So you're saying that we abandon it for 24, 25, but we put together a non-conforming calendar for 25, 26. Is that what you're?
Precisely what I think the board is asking to do. And as that guidance is probably what you're getting from the board right now.
We will move forward with undue haste.
Well, if I could jump in here, we, on behalf of Dr. Metcalf and his team, we will move forward with undue haste with the calendar committee, but that is a process. It does take time because you're getting people together in various roles that they play, whether it's Kate and Jamie, whether it's our parents, whether it's our teachers, whether it's our classified staff that are on the committee. That just takes a lot of coordination, which is why it usually takes us 3 to 4 months to coordinate that out, put the calendars together. I'm just advocating that we will push as hard as we can, but it may still be February before we're bringing you, say, hey, we want to put this early start calendar out for community input. I just want to caution the board with that. We are going to move as quickly as possible, but I also have to protect my staff a little bit with the other obligations and work that they're doing.
I think the board well understands that. Just one correction, I'm not so sure that your recollection of the vote was correct.
Was I wrong?
I think so, but I'm not sure. But we'll find out. I don't think it matters, to tell you the truth.
What'd you say, Bob?
Pardon?
What did you say?
I said that I don't think her recollection of the original vote on it was correct, but I don't think it matters anyway, because that's a matter of record, whatever. But at any rate, and Dr. Locklear, we do understand the situation you have with your staff, and we're not making any orders or anything like that. I just think that we're giving you the consensus of the board.
Thank you. Appreciate that consensus, and we'll move forward as quick as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So the board committee report updates. First of all, I'm going to delay the policy committee because we have a policy committee report coming up. So I think that's let that lie for a second. Other committee reports.
I have
Yes.
one. We just met for the construction committee last week. We talked about the priorities of what we want for as far as things getting worked on or fixed or replaced. We are going to go into, you'll see it at board action, about a capital project grant. But Ms. Purvis is going to bring a presentation, I believe, December? Did we say December? Of the priorities list that we discussed. So that will be something for the whole board to take a look at.
Okay, thank you. Other committee reports?
We have I'll mention the CTE committee. We have a guest speaker coming in this next meeting in December, Mr. Gerdes out of Aero Workhorse Aero. They build commercial drones, and he's going to come in and give us an update on the drone world, if you will, just as an entry to our committee meeting. Let me add that as far as the previous vote went on the schedule, I was one of those who voted against it. But as they say, in the fullness of time, certain things emerge. One of those is key, and that's the emergence of the early college, high school concept that I think demands us to be merged with Sandhills Community College in terms of their calendar. I think that's important to do. So that's going to be my thrust from here on that particular issue.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Philip, you have a committee meeting coming up on discipline, am I correct?
Yes.
And that's coming up approximately a couple of weeks?
In the next, I'd have to look, but we had to reschedule due to conflict.
Okay, all right, but at least that's certainly coming up, and that's, of course, very, very important. Anything else? Give you a point
Oh, it's
of, you're on.
Okay.
And I'll
Yeah,
give you a
I'd like
point of
to take
personal
up.
privilege.
I would.
Yes.
How did you know I was going to say that?
I had that feeling.
Oh, okay.
I don't exactly know why.
Yeah, I don't like to wait till the end of the school board meeting because nobody's listening then. So I just wanted to say that Mr. Levy and I attended the all-county orchestra. Oh my gosh, I thought I was in Carnegie Hall. These music teachers are doing such a job with these students. It was absolutely wonderful. I just couldn't believe it. So I just want to thank all of our music teachers, our choral teachers, our orchestra, our band. What a job you all are doing. That concert was phenomenal. I will never miss another one. I also wanted to thank Madeline Burke from Pinecrest High School. What an outstanding job she is doing. She brought her students to my women's club, and I mean, everybody couldn't believe it. They were all dressed up in their black. The girls had black gowns on. And they all said, wow, there's hope for this country. Look at these kids. So I really want to thank Madeline. She did a great job, and the kids were outstanding. I'm also starting to visit all the EC classrooms. But I've already visited all of them, but this time I actually want to spend time in my old home where I spent my life. So the first one I went to was at Carthage, and these people love these kids. These kids are so beautiful, and the teacher and her assistants were just outstanding. It was a beautiful experience for me. So I want to really thank Christina Harrison, the teacher at Carthage, and Kathy Bly, one of her teacher's assistants, and Rosanna Goodrich, also a teacher assistant, and Shalise Butler, and she was a private duty nurse who is with one of our students all the time. Such love, such caring, such teaching. It was a beautiful atmosphere. So I'm really looking forward to visiting the rest of our special classrooms. But I really want to say thank you to these wonderful teachers.
Pauline, you forgot to mention that the superintendent came to your event too.
Yes, he did. And our superintendent spoke at our ladies' luncheon, and he brought the house down. Everybody loved him.
He was fired up.
He was fired up.
Okay,
Thank you, Superintendent Locklear.
Let's continue. Okay, so there are no further committee reports. Let's go to the needs-based public school capital grant. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. Board members, Ms. Purvis is going to walk us through a little background on the North Carolina needs-based public school capital grant. Last year, the board may recall that we took a grant forward Each year, based on the budget, there may be funds allocated for what the state calls needs-based public school capital projects grant. There is a heavy leaning towards school districts that are in Tier 1, Tier 2 schools or counties. We're in a Tier 3 county. We applied last year, and last year you also hear from Ms. Purvis, there's a match, a local match that goes with that from our county commissioners. Last year the project was filling out or building out Cranes Creek Middle School to capacity and eliminating modulars. This year the construction committee, we discussed this with them, and we are recommending West End Elementary School. Based on the timing of the grant, it opens up on the 13th of November, it closes on January 5th, and so what we're asking the board to do is just simply endorse the project that Ms. Purvis will put on the grant, and we will move forward with taking it to the county commissioners. I've discussed it with Wayne Vest, our county manager, as well. There's really not a wrong answer here. Unfortunately, because we're a Tier 3 school district in a Tier 3 county, it's not likely we'll get the grant. But you can't get what you don't apply for. So there's not really a wrong answer here because this is on our list of projects that need to be done. So, Jenny, I'll turn it over to you for probably a much more complete and well thought out description quickly on the needs-based capital grant.
Thank you, sir. If I can just add one thing.
Yes,
you didn't get it last year. You just didn't mention that. So I just wanted to say we applied for it last year and we did not get it.
Thank you, Ms. Caldwell. That's correct. We did not.
That's right.
Yes. All right, so as Ms. Caldwell said, our construction committee met and has recommended that the modernization and renovation of West End Elementary School, which would be about a $10 million project, be endorsed as the project to be submitted for the needs-based school capital grant application for 23-24. As it was noted in our most recent facility assessment, significant renovations and upgrades are needed for this school. The school original buildings were built in 1952, and as noted in our assessment, main classrooms and original buildings are nearing the end of their useful life. Once endorsed by our board, the application must be approved by the county commissioners prior to submission, and this year, a 15% match of county funds would need to be applied if we were awarded the grant. As Ms. Caldwell said, we have never been awarded a grant, but we certainly want to make sure that our application is in.
So that's 15% that we pay, 85% that the state pays, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
How are applications for needs-based grants prioritized? Applications are evaluated on critical needs, budget detail, and the following criteria per General Statute 115C. Counties designated as development Tier 1 areas. Number 2, counties with greater need and less ability to generate sales tax and property tax revenue. 3, counties with a high debt-to-tax revenue ratio. 4, to the extent which a project will address critical deficiencies in adequately serving the current and future student population. 5, projects with new construction or complete renovation of existing facilities, which is what the West End project would be. Number 6, projects that will consolidate 2 or more schools. And 7, counties that have not received a grant in the previous 3 years, and that would be us. I've also included on this executive summary for the board some types of expenditures which are eligible through this grant and are not eligible through the grant. You'll also notice attached to the executive summary, just for your reference, is the matching fund. This year would be 15%. You can see that matching fund attached, as well as some frequently asked questions on our public school capital fund needs-based grant. Over the last 6 years, the Needs-Based Public School Capital Fund has awarded a total of nearly $1.2 billion to local school districts, providing funding for 69 new K-12 construction projects, including 39 new schools, 10 new buildings, and the replacement of 55 existing schools. Last year, the Department of Public Instruction received 164 grant applications from 72 districts across the state, totaling more than $2.4 billion. As Dr. Locklear shared, we appreciate you allowing us to stick this in on this agenda because applications will open on November 13th and must be submitted to DPI by January 5th. Once this goes through you all, it will need to go to the commissioners. And although we're a Tier 3 county, and it may be a long shot, we certainly won't receive anything if we don't get our application in.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Purvis. Is there a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation that we apply for the grant? There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Caldwell. Is there any discussion?
I have
Yes.
a question. Worthy project, I'll always take state money because really this is a rebate from us getting, for lack of a better term, screwed by the tier system. So I see this as a rebate to the enormous amount of tax money that Moore County pays for the state, but we receive a very small percentage of it back in educational dollars because of the tier system. So, this is very much a tax rebate, and it's, anyway, why did we choose, we've got all kinds of projects. Why did we choose West End Elementary?
There are a couple of reasons. As we looked at the master facilities list, there are all kinds of projects. As a Tier 3 county, we do know that it's very unlikely that we would have a whole school replaced just because of the nature of us being a Tier 3. That led us to then look at what are our projects that may allow us to receive partial funding or a grant from the Needs-Based Capital Fund. Cameron Elementary and West End were two that are on our master priority list that came up as really in need when we looked at our facility assessment. Both were built in 1951 and 1952. As we took a look at the two, however, there's lots going on with rezoning, new neighborhoods and whatnot around the Cameron area. And so at this time, we are yet to see exactly how much is going to explode there and what might need to be shifted or adjusted. As I shared in that committee meeting, master facility plans are living documents. So what we have planned right now for Cameron may shift and adjust slightly based on the growth that we're potentially getting ready to see. West End right now has 429 students. The projections there on our last ORED study are pretty stable. Right now, Cameron has 227 students, and although the projections are stable, we are getting letters and notices about rezoning and possible new large neighborhoods going up in that area, which led us to settle on West End.
What about, a priority of mine that I articulated to this board and in fact had funding for? What about funding for portions of it? What about getting our elementary school students out of trailers? It would seem to me that getting elementary school students out of trailers district-wide would be a higher priority than West End Elementary. What's the plan to get our elementary school and middle school students out of trailers?
Right now, as you know, the majority of the trailer use that we had at the elementary and middle school was at Cranes Creek. And right now, we do not have those 13 mobile units at Cranes Creek occupied with students. All those students have been able to be moved in the buildings. We do have mobile units, 2, 3 mobile units at different locations. Right now at Vast Lakeview, only being used for AIG and some itinerant offices, for example. There are not elementary schools that are currently having large numbers of mobile units with classrooms going on, daily classrooms for traditional classroom use, grade level classroom use. For example, the modular that's at Cameron this year, when I spoke with Mr. Cassidy, there's some itinerants going in there. Every other week, art, there's some AIG going on, but not daily classroom use any longer.
So that,
Although we do, you're correct, we do have mobile units.
Yeah, if I could, just a minute. This is a good question for the public. I remember last month getting briefed that Mr. Principal Martin had moved all the students out of the trailers at Cranes Creek. It is a recurring complaint from parents about their students, their children being in trailers. Well, if Principal Martin could have taken those students out of trailers, were the trailers needed at all?
I do think, as you remember, we did have some decrease in the population there this year. And so as those numbers dropped, it did provide a little more leeway for him to be able to move those students inside of the building. I think their population by about 100 students.
About 100 students.
About 100 students less this year.
Well, that'll certainly empty out the trailers, but not in the method we want. Thank you.
And we certainly are hoping we'll see that population go back up with improvements there.
Well, it would be nice if we didn't have to put the students in trailers when they came back.
Correct.
Other members of the board? Okay, just as an aside, I want you just to think about it. As soon as we can, I would love to get Union Pines, not so much if those are mobile units in the back, but as we look at Union Pines off to the left, those mobile units, I think, should be a top priority. But then again, I'll leave that to you for probably another day. I just
I
thought I
will
would throw
also
that one
note
in.
that we did discuss at West End, taking a look at the facility assessment review, the amount of money that would need to be poured into West End and the older facilities that are there in the near future in terms of HVAC, mechanical, and those types of things. So this would certainly alleviate, if we were able to receive this grant, alleviate the need to pour money in and then just have to redo later, because that is high priority for some
And
need
it's your
there.
best judgment and the judgment of the superintendent that this is the best project for us to bid on.
I
Right.
really don't think that there is a wrong project to submit. I think that every project that's on the master facility projects list is worthy, and certainly any project that we get is better than not applying and nothing. I mean, all of them are worthy projects, sir.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of approving the superintendent's recommendation, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank
you. All right. So we're going to go to the school improvement plans.
Yes, Chairman Levy. As previously presented, we have selected school improvement plans that we've shared with the board, and they do come with my recommendation for the board's approval, but Dr. Metcalf and Ms. Siner are certainly here to answer any questions or receive any additional feedback the board may have. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any further questions on the school improvement plans? Mr. Hensley, did you?
Well, are we going to discuss them?
Yes. Well, let me do this. Let me do this. Is there a motion to approve the school improvement plans?
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second? Okay, we'll give this to the vice chair this time. Okay. So there's a motion and a second to approve the school improvement plans. Is there discussion? Yes, Mr. Hensley.
Yeah, I just want to take everyone down a trip down memory lane of school improvement plans over the last 3 years. So doing this from memory, the first year I was on the board and I didn't know anything about the school, what's a school improvement plan, what's its role. So I went and read the North Carolina General Statute on school improvement plans. Then I sat there and I watched the process that Moore County Schools followed on the school improvement plans. And I said, we're not following the law. And I pointed out 3 specific parts of the North Carolina General Statute that Moore County School was not in compliance with the law. And I remember the board attorney saying, that's ridiculous, we're all in compliance. And then the board just rotely voted that, oh, okay, we're going to approve them anyway. And 3 months later, we were re-voting and approving the Moore County School improvement plans because the school board had not been following the general statute which governs school improvement plans. So the reason I point this out is year one, I made, because the majority of the board certainly, at the time certainly didn't, I made Moore County Schools follow the North Carolina law on school improvement plans. And that was an accomplishment. You can go back and watch the video. You can watch the video when I objected when we did them, and you can watch the video when 2 or 3 months later we had to re-vote to approve all the school improvement plans because it turned out we had not in fact followed the law. So year 2 rolls around and we have another crop of school improvement programs. And I was very happy that we were following the North Carolina General Statute because, that's what we should do. And then we paid attention to the content. And I was struck, I'm just going to give 2 examples. We had principals. So what I witnessed, the second year of school improvement plans was the school board would just sit there and nod. They would ask a couple questions that weren't even important, and then they would vote in lockstep to approve the school improvement plans, regardless how ridiculous they were. So when we did school improvement programs, the second year I was on the school board, we looked at the content. And here was some content from two perpetual low-performing schools we had. We had one principal who sat there, and one of that principal's slides talked about the great job and the great command climate they had, and they spent all this time developing the trust and respect of teachers, and they were a great team. And then you went like 6 slides later, and no kidding, in the same brief, there was the results of the command climate that the teacher, or I'm sorry, that person from the public talked about earlier today, the teacher working conditions survey. And that school ranked at the very bottom of Moore County schools. They had teacher approval ratings in the 20 percentile. Right, so that was one. The second one was a principal of a chronic low-performing school came forth, and that school's vision are all are welcome. And I remember saying, if I was a principal of a chronic low-performing school, I would have put more time and effort into my vision statement than saying all are welcome. I might have even mentioned education. I'm proud to report that neither one of those administrators are no longer with Moore County Schools. And regardless of the crocodile tears that the editorial staff of the Pilot says, oh, well, gosh, a dozen administrators have quit. We didn't lose a single principal of a highly rated school. We lost administrators of chronic low-performing schools and administrators who had been there for 6, 7, 8 years without changing anything. And then contrast that with the principals that came forward from our highly rated schools. And I remember saying at the time, show me a highly rated school, and I will show you a well-organized, a well-focused, a clearly written school improvement program backed up by a highly effective administrator/principal. So the second year that I was on the school board, and I think you guys caught the tail end of it, I don't remember the timing, the new members, but we really looked at the content. And for the first time ever, Moore County schools that I recall, we rejected school improvement programs and said, we read this and this is not good enough. Our faculty, our staff, our parents, our citizens, and most importantly, our students deserve more than this. I went back and watched a video. We had a person sit in front of us at a low-performing school who gave that principal's school improvement program brief. I went back 2 years prior, and that principal of that chronic low-performing school gave essentially the exact same failed school improvement program to us that had failed 2 years before. And my guess is if I went 2 years back, it was almost the exact same brief. That's the kind of stuff that the rubber stamp previous school board tolerated, and our citizens, faculty, staff, and students deserve better. I am happy to report that the third go-around, what I saw in this year's school improvement programs is I saw well-focused school improvement programs that were focused, they made sense, they were focused on the right things, and they were aligned with the strategic plan of the district. And that is in stark contrast with the previous 2 years. Like I said, the first year, we weren't, as a district, we weren't even in compliance with the law. The second year, you go back and look at the content, and I was embarrassed for half of the administrators because they couldn't even answer the most simple questions, and they couldn't even ask tough questions, let alone tough questions. So I wholeheartedly support this year's school improvement programs because there's so much better focus, they're so much better written, and they're focused on the correct things. Thank you.
Other members of the board? Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to say that was probably the most productive 2 days that I've experienced in an awful long time. This was a well-done presentation on the part of those principals. Great to be able to interact with them as well. And I would very strongly recommend, perhaps in a more truncated format, doing this as an in-progress update, perhaps in March timeframe or somewhere. I think it'd be very productive. Thank you.
Okay. Other members of the board? Okay. Let me
Yeah,
also.
wait, excuse
Yeah,
me,
go
Mr.
ahead. Yes,
Levy.
ma'am.
Yeah, I want to back up what David and Ken said. Those 2 days were wonderful. I absolutely enjoyed hearing from all our principals. They had so much to offer. They were right on everything that needed to be done. I was really proud of our principals those 2 days. They did a great job.
Yes. Ms. Davis.
Echoing everything that's been said so far, actually the last year was right before we came on, but I remember watching online trying to educate myself, and I couldn't get anything out of the school improvement plans to learn about how the system worked. But to echo what Ken said the other week whenever we were there, the education that we got on how things are working just greatly developed us, or me. So I wholeheartedly support what we're doing.
David?
Yeah, and I just want to add one other thing that I left out of my previous comments. I really want to hats off to the superintendent and the current central office staff, because in the past, they were very much dog and pony shows, and I appreciate cutting out the fluff and just going to the business at hand, and the business is education. And, we had, to Ken's point, to Shannon's point, and, something that Dr. Metcalf said to me after the meeting is that was by design. It was by design where the superintendent and his team said, we're going to cut out the fluff, and we're going to go right to the meat of the matter. And that's what we have to do. If we're going to fix things, we have to honestly assess them, and we have to honestly address them. And, all the fluff and all the sugar coating, all that does is obscure the really thing. So anyway, that's a roundabout way of saying I sincerely appreciated the superintendent and his team cutting out the fluff and just presenting, as Dr. Metcalf said, CEO to board, the principal being the CEO of the school to the board. And there were difficult discussions at times, and there were serious discussions, but what it wasn't was a big bunch of fluff dog and pony show, and I sincerely appreciated it.
Others? Just one other thing that I wanted to add was data, and data. Because our strategic plan, we started with getting data goals. And in our school improvement programs, we saw how the principals and the school improvement teams were going to meet the data goals. So that is one of the great things about Moore County Schools and great things about our administration, is that we don't look to the fluff. We look to the data, and we rely on the data. And that's leads us to a better school and a better school system. So we appreciate it. If there's nothing else, is there something else? Okay, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of approving the plan, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Let me ask the board, we have one thing left, which is the reading of the policies. I did want to take about a 5-minute recess before doing that. Is that okay with everyone? So we'll stand in recess for about 5 minutes so that I can use the facilities. back in session, secure from recess. At this point in time, we have the report of the policy committee. The proposal before the board is that we pass the proposed policies on the second reading, this being the second reading. It's a motion by the policy committee. Because it's a motion by the committee, it does not require a second. So what I'm going to do, now that it's on the floor, I'm going to go through it one by one. If you'll see there are 7 sections of policies. And if anyone has an amendment to any of those policies, let me know, and then we'll vote on them. Well, last time the board wanted to vote on them. It's called ad seriatim, so maybe that's the best way to go about it. Does anyone have any additions or amendments to number 1, which is policy 1310/4002, parents' involvement?
I had a question.
Yes.
The red is what you guys are adding, or is it the blue is what you guys are?
Great question, Ms. Caldwell.
Well, so
What
before
is it?
that's answered,
Okay, but just wait a second. Just go ahead and answer the question.
Well, Charlie, will you pull up the link
yeah, let's
there?
pull
It's
it
got
up because
the-
no one knows what we're talking
Yeah.
about.
It's the link that has each policy, and then a hot link for each of the policies. Just for background, the Senate Bill 49, which is Parent Bill of Rights, which was passed with the budget in October, became law. As a result of that, we're required to revise our ad policies to be in compliance with Senate Bill 49. So the North Carolina School Boards, which association, which sends us updates for policies, sent us these updates. We work with attorneys, and then, so when you look at this, when you open up each individual policy, the red will be what the North Carolina School Boards suggested for revisions, additions. The blue is what the policy committee recommended.
Thank you.
So that's, I think, answers your question, but each of these, again, this is coming as a result of Senate Bill 49, Parent Bill of Rights, and being in compliance with that law.
Okay. So with that, are there any changes that anyone wishes to propose to 1310/4002?
I have a question.
Yes.
Why, under A1C, why was guardians removed?
Just one second.
I think it identifies the definition of parent, the second paragraph on the first page, for purposes of this policy.
Up here. Turn up.
In the introductory paragraphs, you're saying the second in red defines a parent. Right above A, Mr. Holmes.
Okay, I see.
Okay. Other corrections or
Well,
other amendments?
I'm just concerned that, it could be interpreted that, a guardian doesn't have that right, even though I think it could be misunderstood by some.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I was looking at something else. Are you objecting to striking the word guardians?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know why we're striking guardians, because unfortunately, in too many cases, parents aren't there, so we should involve guardians. I mean, are we saying that guardians recognized by the courts are not welcome to participate in the learning of the children that they're guardians of? That makes no sense.
I believe elsewhere, when we refer to parents, we're also, by definition, referring to guardians as
Yeah,
well.
right here, for purpose of this policy, parent in quotation includes parents, legal guardians, and legal custodians. So we're really
Okay,
just
fair enough.
repeating ourselves.
Yeah, that's
below.
fine then.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else? Okay. Seeing no other corrections to this, all those in favor of passing this item number 1, yes, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
I'm going to
Okay,
abstain.
it's passed. Okay, so with one abstention. Okay, so let me go back, because generally, when we have these things, I'm given, okay. Let me do this. Just if you bear with me. Going to number 2, policy, policy 1310, et cetera, is approved. Policy 3200, parental inspection and objection to instructional materials. Are there any amendments to that?
Yeah, can we scroll through this so that the public can read our proposed changes, please?
Yes.
There's many people who are attending or watching who, weren't watching the work session. Keep going to the changes, please. They're highlighted in some other color. Okay, right here. I'm sorry?
That's, the red is coming from the State School Board
Okay.
Association. Yeah.
Thank you.
So this is all 100% model language from the State School Board Association. We didn't change any of this locally, is that what you're saying?
Anything in red, we did not change from the model language that the School Board Association is suggesting. But you would have to scroll through the whole thing because, just to make sure.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, let me point some things out here. So first of all, notice paragraph 1 says parental rights to inspect materials, parental rights. Then it says parents may review instructional materials. Then if you scroll down, please, to the next paragraph, then we get to paragraph 2, which is near and dear to my heart because it is subject of something that this board is pondering right there. Parental objection to materials. Parents may object to instructional materials. Parents may object. Okay, can we scroll down a little bit more? One good thing about our, keep going, please. If you look at our policies, and this is good for everyone to know, you can find the references. All of our policies, hopefully, are supported by one or more laws. And if you go to, and these are all online, you can see our policies, and you can go down there and you can see the references. If you could click on -98, please. It's in the second line right there. Click on that. Yes. This is the North Carolina General Statute that governs challenging materials. And this is the law that governs us and all other school districts. I would point everyone out, paragraph B1. Paragraph B1. A local school a local board of education may establish a committee let me start from scratch. A local board of education, that's us, may establish a community media advisory committee. Glad I got through that. Okay, I'll start again. A local board of education may establish a community media advisory committee to investigate, evaluate challenges from. What does the state law say? Can evaluate, this is the state law, this is not the state suggestion, this is not the state might, could have, sort of. This is the state law that says local boards of education may establish advisory committees to investigate challenges from parents, teachers, and members of the public to textbooks and supplementary instructional materials. So right now, by the way, Moore County Schools policy used to be, if you go back two years ago, and it was changed a year and a half or so ago, it used to be that teachers, citizens, it used to model this. Moore County School policy used to say that parents, teachers, and members of the public can bring challenges. 2 years ago, that was changed to eliminate members of the public. to make challenges, but all of a sudden it included school board members could make challenges.
Do you
So
not think I'm a parent?
I'm sorry?
I'm a parent,
Well,
brother.
right, so if a school board member, so for example, if you wanted to exercise your right as a parent to do a challenge, you could, but I couldn't. If that's what you're saying, but our policy was changed so that board members, it didn't say board members and parents, it said board members and parents can bring challenges. So this school board, actually the previous school board, wrote contrary to state law that citizens cannot bring challenges, and instead they added a right to the school board that doesn't exist, that school board members, setting aside Mr. Holmes, if you're a parent, so that means 2 school board members could. By the way, is that parents whose children attend schools, or is that I'm a parent? Gosh, I'm a parent. So I contend this policy is in violation of North Carolina general statute, and that we need to allow citizens and teachers. That policy is prohibiting teachers from bringing challenges, is preventing citizens from bringing challenge. Both groups are enumerated groups in this general statute that we cite as a reference in our own policy that's not following this. So I'm not going to vote for this, and I encourage my board members not to vote for this, because any member of the public and any citizen of Moore County, any teacher, and certainly any parent has a right per this general statute to bring challenges. And even if this statute didn't exist, us as board members should recognize the rights of any citizen of Moore County to bring forth a challenge. And it's very unfortunate, because just as you saw board members backpedal on the school calendar, gee, wouldn't it have been great if we'd had some courage and spine back in May and voted for the school calendar that you all now want? Now all of a sudden, board members they want to take rights away from citizens, and we're not here to take rights away from citizens. So no one should vote for this policy. This policy needs to include and recognize the rights of citizens to challenge materials in our schools, and recognize the right for teachers to bring challenges to our schools. And this policy does neither.
Doesn't it say that? I'm not trying to argue with you, but doesn't it say evaluate challenges from parents, teachers, and members of the public? Wouldn't that be our community? Members of the public?
What David is saying is that ours is we have taken out the parents and the teachers. Is that correct?
Well,
I need to look at teachers.
Actually,
so 2 years ago,
It was
school board took out parents, took out
meeting before we
teachers
voted
and
in.
citizens, and this goes even further, and it takes out teachers. So now only parents have the right,
But
and
it's-
any
Okay,
citizen
all
should
right,
bring a challenge.
Just one moment. Dr. Locklear.
Just clarification I'd like to offer, and Ms. Gaines, please jump in here. But this North Carolina School Board's language that's added to an already existing policy is based on Senate Bill 49, specifically about parent rights, which is why this language has been added. And it also notes the superintendent shall implement procedures to implement the rights of folks to bring objections to instructional materials. In our regulation, it does have a process for parents to provide objections to instructional materials. It does also allow for a board-initiated review. And again, I work this regulation with our school board attorneys, but it does allow for a board-initiated review based on concerns they may get from anybody in the public. That could include parents, that could include members of the public, could include teachers. Our teachers also have the right to bring concerns they may have about instructional materials through their normal processes in the schoolhouse, which includes our local school-based media and technology committees that we have at each school. So just that's a clarification I'll bring. I would recommend that the board approve this policy, and because it's part of what we're required to do to comply with the law.
Okay. Let me also state the regulation that you're talking about was actually brought before this board. I believe this exact board that we're looking at right now. And it was done as a regulation by Dr. Locklear, who decided to bring it before the board. So anyone who is objecting to this particular regulation actually approved the regulation prior. But let me go back to letting you know the ideas behind it. Members of the public can object to particular things which we're using in school, regardless of whether they have children in school. The only thing that they have to do is to get one member of the board, which is their representative, to bring it before the board. So the board, in and of itself, has to vote to take action on this, so by majority. So having one member of the board do it is not that onerous of a situation. So this does comply with that particular statute. This regulation that we're looking at here is part of the Parents' Bill of Rights. And when I went to a seminar on this Parents' Bill of Rights through the State School Boards Association, they specifically were saying that it is not, that the statute is not for members of the public. It is for Parents' Bill of Rights. So that's the reason why we have that. The reason why I'm going to vote for this, which is really to reaffirm a policy that we've had all along, is that it is extremely, extremely expensive when books are challenged. For instance, we have 9 books which are challenged now that will be brought up before the board coming up in December. We have had to have, I don't know, how many committees did we have?
5 committees.
We had 5 committees. And I had actually asked the superintendent to get me some idea of the cost involved in terms of person hours. Were you able to do that, or do you recollect that?
Dr. Metcalf?
Sure. So a little difficult to come up with a final number, but I can tell you some of the costs that were involved in this process as it still stands. First, there was the purchasing of the books. We had to purchase some more, so that's about $700 that we spent for purchasing the books. There were some legal fees that we're having to cover for the development of the template that we use, for the development of the training that we use, certainly for consultation throughout the process. And then it's just the time of those 5 committees and the support staff that went into that. So preparation, recruitment of families, probably 4 or 5 hours for that, set up coordination of the open meeting, maybe a little bit more than that. We had 5 teams working. So, there's our media tech folks, parents, teachers, central office administrators, principals. All their hourly salaries are a little bit different, so it's hard for me to determine that. But probably 10 to 12 hours to read the book, 90-minute training, at least one meeting, 90 minutes. So you're talking 15, 16 hours of minimally for each of those people who are a part of those teams. So I didn't try to figure up the actual cost because it could waver, but it's substantial both in terms of the hourly time of the employee plus the legal fees plus the cost of the books. There's some real expense there.
Okay, thank you. And this also doesn't just apply to books. This is all sorts of, this policy applies to all sorts of instructional materials. So if, for instance, I wanted to challenge, as a parent, a test which was given, that would come under these things. So that's the background behind it, so that we, in my opinion, we do comply with the statute, with the other statute, which is an older statute. I could argue that this new Parents' Bill of Rights amends that, but I think that we comply with both statutes by allowing a representative from the board to challenge materials if a member of the public wants to do it, as we're representatives of the public. So I think it's quite important that we leave this in place. And I do remind the board that the board did specifically approve this policy without adding the words members of the public, and we did that, I think it's about a year ago. Yeah.
I have a question. So this is just for parent rights. This has nothing to do with the policy for book reports necessarily. This is for everything.
This has
Okay.
nothing to do with book
I
reports.
just got a little confused. I'm back on track.
No, what I'm saying, I'm talking about challenging books. In other words, the books that we're going to vote on next time. But no, this doesn't have anything to do with book reports. Okay. My granddaughter will be happy to hear that, too.
I
Okay,
call the
others?
question.
Yes, other members of the board?
No, I call the question.
No, I have
Yes.
a comment. So just to discuss some of the things that the chair brought up. First of all, the chair said that the board members voted on this policy a year or so ago. Well, as Ms. Bruno observed, the chair was wrong on his assertion that it wasn't a 3-4 vote against the school calendar, which was just voted on in May of this year. So the chair is very well probably wrong on both the timing of when the policy changed and who voted in support of it.
I didn't say who voted in support of it. I did say that I am very, very sure about the policy changing because I was chairman. And I remember discussing it with the superintendent. So that's how I have that recollection.
So moving along, the chair wants every member of the public and every member of this board to support his argument that a right granted by law must go through a gatekeeper. And a law, and right here, a Board of Education investigate and evaluate challenges from parents, teachers, and members of the public. It doesn't say filtered through school board members if you can find one who happens to side with you. My God, imagine if you were a member of the left side and you wanted to get someone, a member of this board, who wanted to challenge, a Bible that happened to be in a library. We have to look out for the rights of people who disagree with us as much as we have to look out for the rights of people who agree with us. And the board and the chair wants all of us to believe this fallacious argument. Did I use that right? This incorrect argument that in order for a member of the public or teacher to exercise his or her right to challenge a media, they have to go through a gatekeeper, and that's not the way rights work. We don't have to go through a gatekeeper. It says right here in plain language that they have the rights. And the superintendent, he made the comment that, well, gosh, teachers have other ways they can do it. Well, that may or may not be true. I'm sure there are ways that teachers can do it. But it says right here in North Carolina General Statute 115 Charlie-98 that they have a right to challenge it. And so they may have a different way, but this is a way. So I do not buy the argument, and I don't want my fellow board members to buy the argument that rights have to go through gatekeepers, which that's just not correct. There is nothing, the chair also made the argument that this is a single-purpose policy made strictly a knee-jerk reaction to, that's the incorrect implementation. The chair also wants us to buy this argument. He's actually making two incorrect arguments. One is that this has to stand alone and we should take no other laws into account, even though, if you can scroll back down, Charlie, even though in the footnotes it uses state law 115 Charlie-98 as a reference. So if we're going to use that law as a reference to this policy, we need to incorporate what that says. So first of all, a policy shouldn't be exist standalone in contrast to a state law with the excuse of, well, gosh, this was written to be compliant with one law, so we're just going to ignore that it's not compliant with another law. That is not a sensible argument. And the other argument is, gosh, we can't change model policy. That is absolutely incorrect. I don't care. I went to a school board meeting and they said we change model policy all the time. In fact, Mr. Chair, we've changed model policy from the school board. Why, you've advocated changing model policy from the State School Board Association a number of times. So it's absolutely incorrect to argue that, we cannot modify this model policy to conform with other areas of the state law, because the fact of the matter is, not only can we do it, but I can point out numerous instances where you've insisted and proposed that we change model policy. Then the argument about, and this isn't the first time the chair has done this. The chair cries big crocodile tears, the expense of challenging books. I saw the chair use that as an excuse for a citizen who wanted to challenge books. He wrote in an email, and I'll publish it later on tonight, gosh, this is so expensive. But I haven't heard one word from the chair about how expensive and how time-consuming this fantasy of school uniforms has cost Moore County schools. How much does that survey cost? How much time have we spent doing that? Not one word from the chair on other instances where we've clearly wasted time, effort, and money on something that he personally advocates for. So I don't want to hear any crocodile tears from people who complain about expense on one hand and then squander money left and right on other pet projects of their own and don't say a word about it. So again, this needs to be rejected and this needs to be rewritten so that it conforms with the plain language of North Carolina General Statute 115 Charlie-98. Thank you.
Other members of the board? Okay, just let me respond to that briefly. Uniforms are only cost us a little bit of time for one instance. We have 110,000 people in Moore County. 110,000 people start to challenge our books, everything from To Kill a Mockingbird, which the liberals want to challenge, to things which the conservatives want to challenge. That is totally unworkable, and it's expensive, and it is going ad infinitum. We called upon our council to try to create a regulation to deal with book challenges and challenges to other materials. Everything from our sex curriculum to tests which may be given to a student to a questionnaire which may be given to a student. This is not just books, this is just about everything that we use. And our council came up with this to do two things. Number one, to assure us that members of the public do have a voice. And that's important that they have a voice.
I'm sorry, came up with what? Came up with this? You said the council came up with this. I'm just trying, when you said
this policy, this regulation.
I thought this was a model policy from the State School Board Association. You just said our council came up with it.
It incorporates a regulation.
Well, now I'm unclear because I was told, if you scroll up, Charlie, everything that's read is model policy from the State School Board Association. Now you're saying our council developed this, so which one is that?
I believe our policy is in black. And
the regulation.
The regulation is in black.
Regulation is as a backup to this information, but the red is the model language from the North Carolina School Board Association after it was reviewed by council.
So I think what you're doing is you're mixing up, arguing about the policy as opposed to the regulation. The regulation was what we approved and gave us the system, which we have.
No, sir. I am discussing the policy that you and your committee put in front of us right now. If you scroll up, Charlie, it says policy 3200. I am talking about policy 3200, where if you scroll down references a North Carolina general statute, which that North Carolina general statute says teachers, parents, and members of the public have the right to challenge material. That is all that I'm not talking about something that happened in the past. I did mention that you changed the policy for some reason, but I am addressing the policy that's in front of us that you and your committee put in front of us. And I am contending that it doesn't even conform with its own reference general statute. It's right there in line 2-98.
I'm glad that you're the attorney. What it does is it references AR 3200R, which is a regulation, correct?
It says legal reference right there.
No, I understand you're talking about the legal reference. I'm talking about the text.
The text is policy 3200. It says at the very top.
We have a regulation which governs our challenges of books.
I'm sorry, Chair, we got to get on the same sheet of music. Can you scroll back up? I don't know where this AR comes from, but if you scroll up, we're talking about this document in front of us. This is the third time we scrolled up. One more. It says policy 3200, then it says, I assume that's policy 5410.
Parents may object, we're talking about item 2 in red. Parents may object to the use of particular instructional materials pursuant to AR 3200R, Media and Technology Section reconsideration procedures. That's what you're talking about. 3200R was put into place by Dr. Locklear as a regulation. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Locklear.
That's correct. I did ask the school board to endorse the regulation and procedure at its December 2022 school board meeting, and it was. I can't remember the vote. I'd have to refer to the minutes to see if it was unanimous or not. But the reason we worked that with board input for several weeks and months to make sure we had a very clear procedure. We worked with board counsel on that as well. But that's the regulation, which I, as superintendent, put regulations into place based on board policy.
And we approved that in December, was that December of 22?
Yes.
Okay, so about 9 months ago. So I was correct. I guess I was chairman at the time. So that if you vote down this policy, we still have the regulation. And, you can, what I would recommend you might want to do, which I did recommend in that email, which I know you were copied by, was if you object to our regulation, which is 3200R, bring a motion to amend that regulation. Don't kill an entire policy. I get the whole idea that certain people want the entire public, 110,000 people from all of Moore County, to be able to question every single test that we give in our schools and every single book that we read and the like. I get that. You can bring such a change in policy, but don't throw out the entire Parents' Bill of Rights, which conforms to our regulation. So I believe that we should go ahead and approve it.
Can we call the question now?
Okay. Is there anything further? Okay. The question's called. Is there a second to the call of the question? Second. Okay. All those in favor of, we're talking about calling the question now. All those in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Question is called. We'll move to the vote.
I'm sorry, what was the vote? I'm not sure the attorney got that recorded. What was the vote, Chair?
Okay,
was
all
6
I
to
heard
1.
were ayes, I did not hear a nay.
I raised my hand, so I voted no.
Okay, all right, because I called for ayes. Okay, so that is 6 to 1.
And so the board
Okay,
attorney,
was-
you did get that?
You got it correct.
Okay, so,
Okay.
yeah, she saw you, yeah.
Okay, so all those in favor of the policy as presented by the committee, raise your hand. We're
voting for
voting
that policy.
on this particular section of the policies which were proposed by the committee.
I'm abstaining.
Pardon?
I'm abstaining because I'm
Okay.
confused.
So there's, all those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 1. Abstain? Mm-hmm. 1.
Yeah, and let the record reflect, I'm voting for it because it's contrary to state law and it references the state law like in the footer.
Okay,
What about the school calendar?
all right. So let's.
I'm more than happy if the chair will give us a few minutes to debate that. I am more than happy to explain my position on that.
Are you talking about the school calendar?
Yeah.
No, we're beyond the school calendar.
Mr. Holmes questioned
I understand what Mr. Holmes did. and
I'm
I
more than
understand what
happy
Mr.
to
Holmes
debate
wants.
that publicly.
But we're going to just continue on with what we're doing, and I think that's probably the best way to do that, to get through this. So let's continue for. Okay, so the third matter is policy 3540, which is comprehensive health education program. Are there any amendments to the policy as proposed by the committee? Hearing none.
Yeah, I'm sorry, can we scroll through the policy? And I assume we're talking about 3540. I think that we owe it to the public and board members to scroll through and read it so they can see what we're voting on.
Okay. I might add, we've had these policies in front of us for at least a week.
Yeah.
As has the public, because the public has had access to.
Yeah,
to
Mr.
these
Chair,
policies.
you know, many members of the public have full-time jobs. Many people have multiple full-time jobs. Not everyone's retired and has the luxury of reading this, you know, while eating bonbons on the couch. So why did we strike on gender identity? I assume that since it's highlighted in red, that's something that we struck.
Because what we did was to speak about gender identity in the next line.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we have our bearings because there was confusion. So the part in red is model language from the State School Board Association.
Correct, but I believe the term, I believe that was originally in red. The term gender identity is the first.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
And that was stricken to address it with the second sentence, which is in blue.
Okay, so the red with the term on gender identity, that was recommended by the State School Board Association?
Correct. The blue instruction, the word gender identity would have been in red had we not stricken it.
Right. So, and this red part was provided by the State School Board Association to comply with the Parental Bill of Rights.
Yes, sir, that's as is written in law.
Okay.
That's how it reads in the law.
Okay, yeah, okay, so just to restate, the red instruction on gender identity, sexual activity, or sexuality shall not be included, blah, 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 that was provided by the State School Board Association as model language to confirm with the Parental Bill of Rights, correct? And then the policy committee decided to strike on gender identity out of the State School Board model language that we were just told on the last policy that we shouldn't do. So I just want to make the point that we not only do we change state school board association recommended language, but we did it on the very next policy.
Didn't you say that this was a model from the state? This was a model which could be...
Right,
Yeah.
but the chairs, one of the chair's arguments was, he went to the State School Board Association, and he argued on the previous policy that it had to be passed in total because, you know, gosh, it's for parental rights.
I think you misinterpret my remarks. Clearly, we have always not gone with the state school board's recommendations in total. That's the reason why we have a policy committee. And we oftentimes change it. So, for instance, this particular thing talks about gender identity not to be taught before the 3rd grade, but it's before the 4th grade, but says that gender identity can be taught under the model policy after the 4th grade. We decided that is not something that should be taught even after the 4th grade.
So, board counsel, I assume that the Schwartz law firm is 100% on board with what's written here? And that is 100% allowable by law, and you stand by every change here? Okay.
All right. Any other changes? Okay. If not, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of the policy 3540, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. Am I right? Okay.
Wow.
Going down to policy 7301. Okay, are there any changes that board members wish to make under 7301? Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay,
So I do have a couple questions on this,
All right.
and I'm still kind of scrolling through it. But so, was there any particular impetus driving the change in the survey policy?
The Parents' Bill of Rights drives the change in the survey policy, because the Parents' Bill of Rights, what it basically says is that certain types of surveys cannot be given unless they're opted in. I'm going to ask that council correct me if I'm wrong. These are the specialty surveys, right? Under there are 4 or 5 different categories. Am I right, council? Right. So protected information, right? Right. So this goes a lot farther than even our policies did. And one of the more interesting things is to question what is a survey. And under the law, a survey can be many, many different things. So the model policy is fairly restrictive.
Okay,
under
so
what
so
surveys we can do.
So this is done in reaction to the Parental Bill of Rights passed by the general statute. Okay, I have a question on page 4, and hopefully this can be quickly explained away. I see that the policy committee struck the entire paragraph about prohibiting schools collecting student information for marketing purposes. Surely I'm misreading that. Is there protections elsewhere?
No, as a matter of fact, the committee thought that the exception swallowed the rule. Okay, we didn't
Well,
want.
hold on, Mr. Chair, can we scroll to
Yeah.
it? It's page 4. It's collection of student data, paragraph
I think we
C.
skipped a policy.
Yeah, we skipped into the next policy,
Did we?
so I think you got the previous policy pulled up.
7301 is where we should be.
We were looking at
Wait, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong one.
7301, reporting information to
Oh.
administrators and external
Okay, I'm
agents.
sorry, I skipped ahead. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, my question was an answer to your question, was
Yeah,
directly.
we'll wait till next.
But, okay, but let's go with, this is 7301. Are there any additions or amendments to 7301? Hearing none, all those in favor of adopting 7301, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now let's go to surveys, to student surveys. And specifically to the strikeouts.
Yeah, the only concern I have with this is, one, is I was wondering what drove it, and obviously I was on the wrong one. I skipped ahead. So this paragraph here it looked to me, just glancing at it, that this was a protection against school districts from collecting information to sell to marketers. Why did we strike this out?
Because it's not a protection, it's an exception. Okay? And it allows us to do that. And basically, I didn't think we should. And the exception swallows the rule. In other words, you get all these protections, and then all of a sudden, you get the exceptions. So we decided to get rid of the exceptions.
Well, shouldn't we have made it clear, like we did in the case of transgender students, where you just said, I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but two or three policies ago, we inserted a sentence. Hold on, I'm not finished. I'm waiting for all the board members to pay attention. So 2 or 3 policies ago, we inserted you guys inserted a sentence, the policy committee inserted a sentence to make it abundantly clear that Moore County schools will not teach gender fluidity. But here, it would seem wise, if we want to strike this out, this should have been replaced with, the school system will not collect, disclose, or use personal information for marketing or selling, period. What we're doing is we're leaving it up in the air. We need to make a definitive statement. I think if you the first sentence there, the school system, strike the word generally, the school system will not collect, disclose, or use personal student information for the purpose of marketing or selling the information to others for that purpose, period. And then it's a definitive statement. If we strike this whole paragraph, then we don't have a policy prohibiting it.
Well, we don't, I believe we do, actually, because it says, just one second.
Mr. Batchelor, could you scroll up to the top? Keep going, please. Keep going. Keep going.
So while you're looking at that, please continue to scroll. I would suggest, and I'll make a motion, that we modify this to reinstate the first sentence, striking the word generally, and it just says the school system will not collect, disclose, or use personal student information for the purpose of marketing or selling information or otherwise providing others for that purpose. But then you get into the problem, what about military recruiters? Are we not going to share? I don't know, but.
There's certain information that we're required to
By
share by
law.
law. And I think part of that's what's covered in what the School Boards Association had sent as model language when it talks about college, post-secondary education recruitment, military recruitment. I can research. There may be another policy that contains that information. I believe it does. But I can research that. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head without doing some research. Ms. Skeens, I don't know if you've got anything to add.
I think it's the parent and family engagement policy, which is 1310/2002.
I'll second David's motion. Did you make a official
Okay, I'll make a motion.
Yeah.
I just don't want there to be some unforeseen, side effect of a rush policy, but I think we need to have a definitive policy prohibiting it.
Okay, so what do you have as the motion?
Yep, scroll up, please. Subject to legal wordsmithing, that the first paragraph the first sentence minus the word generally be reinstated. So it reads, can you highlight that first sentence? You can highlight a PDF, but maybe not. Yeah, so reinstate the first sentence, but strike the word generally, so it says, the school system will not collect, disclose, or use personal information for the purpose of marketing or selling the information or otherwise providing the information to others for that purpose. Because, we have students who disclose personal information, and we have a duty not to disclose it.
So you're going to put in just that first sentence, correct?
Yes, strike the word generally and reinstate the first sentence. And then it's a definitive statement that we're not going to do it.
All right, that's fine. I could probably support that. Okay, so there's a motion. I believe there's a second. I think you second it. Is it? Okay. Is there further discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Carries. So then let me now state, are there any other changes to this policy? Okay. So let's take a vote on the policy itself. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Policy carries. Okay, so I've got to go back once again to my agenda. And revise policies. Okay, so we did surveys. Now, student health services, 6120. Okay. Okay, is that it? Okay. Are there any amendments to this? Seeing no amendments, we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor of 6120 student health services say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Last is policy 7300, staff responsibilities. We'll take that as a whole. So let's go over to that. You keep on, start scrolling. Is that got it? Okay, any additions or amendments? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. I think that's unanimous, although I didn't. There's one abstention. Thank you. So that'd be six with one abstention. 6 in favor, 1 abstention. Okay. So let's go back. That should conclude the policies. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Board. Just hard to believe, but we're just ending our first quarter of the school year. And like many board members have noted, I just want to thank our entire employee team for a great start to the school year. A lot of positivity on each campus and in our school buildings, and I'm just really excited. And as you like to hear me say, fired up for where we're heading this school year. We've got some quick highlights I want to share. You know, we heard about our all-county orchestra the other night, but our arts have had a fantastic start. Another celebration is our North Carolina Theater Competition that took place at Northmore High School on Friday and Saturday. And Northmore High School, once again, is moving forward to represent Moore County at the state level. So their theater team certainly very talented. As you also know, we have a lot of fall sports rounding out. Had some great fall sports teams throughout this season. Northmore Mustangs were playing tonight in the third round. I'm not sure if they won, but they're playing tonight at Northmore High School. It's our Mustang soccer team. But we also have 2 of our football teams still in the playoffs in the second round. Northmore High School will be at home on Friday evening, and Pinecrest High School will also be at home on Friday evening. So a little Friday night football there. And I just want to also thank our maintenance team, our technology team. This is a huge effort to get all this ready every month, and I just want to tip my hat to them for all their hard work and efforts to make that happen, and Principal Coe, who's still here, and all the effort from her staff as well. So I just want to thank them for all their hard work.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Board comments. First of all, Ms. Bruno, anything further? Okay, Mr. Hensley.
I have nothing, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Holmes.
Nothing.
Ms. Caldwell.
I have nothing.
Mr. Benway. Ms. Davis.
Good night.
Just let me echo what Ms. Bruno did say. The arts are just a wonderful thing that our school system has. And when we saw that all-county orchestra, it just totally, I think, blew our minds at how proficient, how good, how fantastic they are. I wanted to also thank, once again, Dr. Locklear for being such a great speaker for our community. I did want to add one further thing, and that is we're not recommending, but we're recognizing a Veterans Day, the 11th hour of the 11th month, which is the day the guns fell silent on the Western Front. And wanted to, at this point, thank those members of our board who have served, and that's Lieutenant Colonel retired Ken Benway, and Major David Hensley, retired. Our immense thanks to you for your service, and for the service of all the people in our community. To thanks to all the people who served for our who are employed with our school. And so we want to thank them for their service in protecting our country on this great occasion. Anything further? Hearing nothing further, is there a motion to adjourn? There is a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? There's a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And opposed? We stand adjourned.